Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Councilmember Bracken.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Stoner. Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Present.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay standing for the invocation.
Reverend Willie Allen Faya, St. Christopher's by the Sea.
This is from the Episcopal Book of Common Prayer, slightly modified. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in your word you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, the cities of the earth, and especially this village of Key Biscayne. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend.
The next item,
Be seated.
special presentations. Special recognition of the Key Biscayne Boys Youth 16 Youth Soccer Team.
Todd and Marcelo, you want to come forward?
Good job, guys. Congratulations. Where's number 10?
You're less than 16?
Okay. Yeah, can you believe it? Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Thank you all for inviting us here tonight. I'm Marcelo Radici. I'm president of the club. I'm here, and I'm honored to be here tonight with our team, our players, our U16 2010 Academy, last year's 2015 2010 team. You know, this group has exemplified what team soccer is all about. They've been playing together since the age of U9, U10. These boys grew up on this key. They had a fabulous development. Many of these kids back then, if you looked at them, you question whether or not they'd ever make it to this point, but they did. They've been together. They've shown the commitment, the respect, the friendship, and the teamwork to put really our club on the map this time than any other team ever has in the past. This team has won many awards along the way, so we're very proud of them, and I'm glad we could come back tonight to share in those and celebrate those accomplishments. I want to thank the coach, who is coach, and I'm going blank, but it's going to come back to me in a minute. Abarca, Daniel Abarca, who had took over this team when there was in transition, and has put together just a fabulous team over the course of this last year, which we're celebrating tonight because I don't know how many of you may know, but not only did they win their league championship E64R championship last year, they were league champions. They were also Southern Region champions in the United States. They went to qualifiers in Arizona and qualified for nationals. They ended up going all the way to the final 8, and they had a bittersweet loss in the quarterfinals, that 2-1 loss, which would have put them in the final 4. But I think it was a great experience for all of them. Some of them have moved on and have moved on to the MLS academies. Many of them are here. And what I'm proud is that this team is reloaded. And this year, at the start of this year, not only have they've gotten even stronger. They're undefeated in the National Academy League. Right now in the current standings. They're going now at the end of the year, the end of this month, January. They've been invited, one of 2 teams, This team, the U16 and the U14s, have been invited to participate in the national qualifying tournament again. So we wish them well, because if they win that group phase, they'll make it to nationals again. And it's just, they've exemplified exactly but everything about team sports, soccer, and Key Biscayne. So again, thank you all. I think some of the boys wanted to say, have a few words. So let's start.
So first of all, I really wanted to thank the coaches, the parents for making everything possible. Without their help, we wouldn't be where we are at all. And honestly, I feel like this team showed a lot of grit, a lot of strength, a lot of friendship. And honestly, that's what makes a good team. We showed that we can compete in these big tournaments, and that we're the best team in the nation.
One thing I forgot to add is that I forgot to mention that at the end of this year, we were just notified last week that our team, through the Godsport national rankings, was voted the #1 team in the nation. This particular team is ranked right now #1 in the nation, and they'll be broadcasting live on Friday the trophy presentation up in Philadelphia, where we'll receive the award for being the top team in the U16 age group.
Wow.
Hello. I just wanted to thank the coach, Marcelo, our parents, who made this possible. I'm just really proud of what we were able to accomplish, playing nationals, winning regionals, the league. And yeah, we wouldn't been able to do that without our parents and the coach. And yeah, without our hard work throughout the season. And yes, thank you.
All right.
Well, first, thank you for everything. Thank you for the coaches, the parents. I'm really happy that we won regionals last year. With a lot of effort, we made it, and then really happy also that we got to try in National League. Thank you.
Todd, you want to say anything?
As a community, we're proud of you guys. You represent this community very well, and keep on with your great successes. And we look forward to seeing you out there on the soccer field. You can come up. Come on. You tighten in the group.
All right.
Well done, guys. Well done.
I knew you were more than 60.
Well done. Well
Good
done.
luck,
Well
guys.
done, guys. Congratulations.
Go to Ray Baker.
Yeah.
Mucho.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is presentation of Key Biscayne
quiet.
Library updates given by Miami-Dade Public Library System Director Ray Baker.
Hello.
You did.
I know.
Ray, that's a hard act to follow,
I
but
tell you, congratulations. So good evening, everyone.
Congratulations, Ray.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ray Baker, Director of the Miami-Dade Public Library System. Great to be here tonight. I would say this is probably the most important update I've given you all yet on the Key Biscayne Library, and kind of a momentous one.
is it important because you're leaving? Is that it?
Important because we're about to get underway. And I know we've all been working on this project now for several years. A lot of people on this commission, the city manager's office, the building and zoning team, Todd, Jeremy, Katie, and many other people throughout the community who have provided so much input. But we're ready to go. And I'm just going to show you a couple of, we've seen the renderings before. I don't want to spend a lot of time in the renderings. I think everybody by now knows what we're building. But just a quick recap, 20,000 square foot, 2-story library. It's going to be LEED Silver certified. We'll be doing lots of improvements to the landscape, flora. The entire site plan is going to be very lush, green. I think we're going to enjoy that. The pond improved as well. We're going to have the EV chargers. I believe we're also having the golf cart parking. And we've been working on the sea level rise modifications that we've discussed earlier on in the permitting process. So that's incorporated into this as well as the solar panel array. And last month in December, we awarded the construction contract to Florida Construction and Engineering. They will be our contractor throughout the project. And given that they're going to be in this community, a very visible part of this community for the next 2 years, I did ask their representatives to join us tonight. And if they could stand and wave, we have Johnny Dow, who's the president of Florida FC&E. Francisco Falou, who's the vice president of operations. Yep. And Francisco Lopez, who will be the project manager. And they, of course, will be joined by Lisa Thompson, who is our capital programs director at the library, who's done so much to get this underway, as well as our interim director of libraries beginning this coming Monday, Lydia Lopez. So we're excited to get going, and I want to share some of the major milestones. First of all, this coming Saturday will be our last day of operations at the old Key Biscayne Library. So we will be closing to the public. And just to explain a little bit, we'll be transitioning over to the temporary Key Biscayne Library location at Key Colony Plaza. So right across the street, essentially, from the old library. It's not going to be a big space. It's going to be a small, roughly 1,000 square foot space. So it'll be a service point throughout the construction. But nothing like what you have now or what's coming. But it'll keep us in business for the next 2 years. So we're going to spend from Saturday the 17th transitioning over to the new location, setting up all the furniture, the books, the computers, and then we plan to open the temporary location on January 26th under the same hours that we currently operate at the existing library. The effective date of the notice to proceed to the contractor is also January 26th, so you're going to begin to see them mobilizing on site. You're going to see a construction fence go up. They're going to be working closely with the village on pulling permits for their method of transportation plan. So those will be some of the early steps that start to become visible around the site. And then shortly, in about a month after that, after they get the permits for the water main relocation, that'll be the first big element of this project. And that'll take about 90 days. And then once we get past that 90-day period, in April is when we plan to start the demolition of the old building and to start construction of the new building. And
you were able to get a WASA permit?
We were.
Yeah, good.
And our plan is sometime around when we're ready to demolish the building is to perhaps have some sort of a groundbreaking to say goodbye to the old library, which has served us so faithfully over these years. So that is the short look ahead of what you're going to see over the coming months. And once again, we'll be actively working with the manager and the building and permitting team along the way. And I believe that was all I was going to share for now. It's going to be about 2 years. Like I said, Florida Construction and Engineering is going to be in your community for the next 2 years. So I wanted them to be here tonight so you know who's in charge over there. And I'm sure you all will be working very closely with them as well.
Okay.
And that's where we are.
I I guess a shout out to Katie Petros and to Frank Kaplan, who've been on this project for quite some time.
Absolutely.
So, any questions from? Cindy?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for a great effort. And just one thing, I mean, the library is going to be beautiful. It is already beautiful. I know it's going to be fantastic. Now, it's up to us to really promote and ensure that the community uses it and just experiences it, because I think it's libraries are hard to come by these days. Good
Absolutely.
libraries.
We're really happy to be doing this improvement, and we're going to work closely with Katie, Todd, and everybody to make sure that we're aligning our programming, maybe maximizing pain points that you have in the community center that perhaps we can do at the library.
Right.
We're working with the Historical Society as well on some of their artifacts for inside the library. So these are things that we'll start to work on more actively now that construction is going to be underway.
Yeah, and just one quick thing, I just hope that in the future, this is just more for the future, I hope that we use these venues also to promote, music and arts. So we're talking briefly with Councilmember Kaplan. Hopefully, this is also a place that people can experience that as well.
Absolutely. It's a community center in addition to being all kinds of other programming and activities, so
Great.
that's certainly an element of it.
Ray, to understand that as of next week, you will no longer be involved with the library, and so probably this is the last time we're going to see you for a long, long time. And if so, all I want to do is thank you so much for everything done to make this reality. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Ray.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's been a long haul.
Yeah, we got there. Thank you.
For those of you who don't know, Ray Baker will be the new budget director at Miami-Dade County, taking care of a little budget of $10-12 billion.
Bigger than the library, I think.
Just a little bit.
Chump change.
Best of luck in your new position, and thank you for all of your help.
Poor guy.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Are the advisory board, those are just received presentations, right? Did we get one of them?
We have
You want to finish the presentations?
Disability Board is here. Let's see them.
I mean, we haven't had a chance to see the report, but
Advisory Board Annual Report Presentations, the Disability Advisory Board.
if you guys want to make a short presentation, that would be great.
Yes, good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Chiara Bergonzi. I'm the chair of the Disability Advisory Board. I'm very grateful for all of you that you gave us this opportunity to be the ears and eyes of our community. We have been meeting every month and more than a month, more than once a month, and invited more than 13 members of our community and different organizations here in Key Biscayne to give us their view on what inclusion is, so we can have a wide view of inclusion or redefine inclusion in Key Biscayne, so everyone feels welcome. You want to give them? No. So we have. The three goals. So we have the wheelchairs for the beach access. That last year, I think we didn't have, there were many reaching out to us that they wanted to be included in the activities that they have at the beach. So now we have that. We have a new position also that is going to help the village be more inclusive and be the ears of the community to see if someone needs any arrangement or accommodation in the community center so they all can participate of the same event that everyone wants. The other thing is that we also invited the Moya Foundation. It's an organization that promotes inclusive work. So they offer this program that is incredible for free to Key Biscayne. So we have the contact, and we it's in the minutes, and they gave us a brief review of what they already do in other communities. We also invited many different community members that have inclusive programs in soccer, tennis, volleyball. This community is incredible because they all want to be included in the sense that they all want to give service to people with disability. Elise?
So the only thing I'm going to add is that we are hoping to do what the Sustainability Board just did, where you get the boards together from the county and have a summit and a meeting of the minds and just talk about best practices and how to actually get something done through governmental processes, something that we're really sort of working on. So we're hoping to do that in March, and the commissioner has said that she will speak at the symposium, and, you know, we're just getting that together. So that'll be good.
That's great.
And can I just add, as your liaison, that you're working with the administration, Steve, and Juan, to find the person to fill the position that the council approved. So you've been spending a lot of time working on that.
Yes,
Yes,
correct.
yes,
That's
in
correct.
fact.
Thank you so much for your support and thought also. Yes.
Okay,
Nancy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the Parks and Open Space Board will present at a later
At a later date, that's fine. So we'll go back to brief comments. I want to, on a sad note, the passing of John Gilbert, who was our village manager, fire chief. He started pretty much from the beginning. So he was a prime person in helping us get our feet off the ground, both in the fire department and as a village. A very well-respected man in this community, and so our condolences to the family for his passing. Want to at that last meeting I missed talking about Chela Suarez, who on December 10th she turned 100 years old. So and if you know Chela, she is just completely at the community center all the time, on the second floor, playing canasta all the time. So her mind is really sharp, and she's in good physical shape. So sending our regards to her and her family here. Since we last met, the Hurricanes have done real well. So a shout out to all the UM fans. Anything else from?
Just, yeah, I got one.
I just wanted to follow up that, because we've, over the past year, gotten some comments and complaints about the lights on Crandon Boulevard. And through Steve's persistence with the county, they have now determined that there are 28 lights that are going to be repaired or replaced. So it's fantastic. I'm very excited about it, and I just want everyone who's been walking Crandon Boulevard at night to know that we're getting some light.
Great.
It's on the way. So thank you for that, Steve.
Over here.
Fernando, you want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted, I sent a note to Jocelyn to talk about the formally separating the ability to bid out the power and from the stormwater project. So to get a formal resolution, or at least the consensus of council, that we're going to make a separate opportunity to bid both these projects separately.
So you want to add that to the agenda?
I want
what you're
to
saying.
add it to the agenda for discussion. Get added to agenda for discussion, yes, please. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mine was more of a general statement during the, basically just in relationship to the recent events in Venezuela. I know many of our residents and neighbors, have close ties to Venezuela, and just like other countries as well that have suffered from very similar things. And over the past several years, many families have gone through very difficult times, and I think we need to understand that and sympathize with that. And many have found their ways to our community looking for safety and a chance to rebuild their lives. And I just want to recognize their resiliency, and I'm glad they're part of our village. And I really hope a peaceful and stable future for Venezuela. And just want to leave it at that.
Amen.
And then myself, just piggybacking off the incredible endeavor by the U16 team you know, one of the things that occurred to me is all the gentlemen, they went up there to say thanks. They led off by thanking their parents. I want to also thank the parents for their incredible just promotion of their children to get involved, to volunteer in our sports program, and get a big shout out to Parks and Recs for another incredible event. Just this last weekend, we had another opening day for both the baseball and softball league. We had close to 250 people attending. Admittedly, Todd's and mine probably favorite day of the year, but it just goes to show you how important it is that parents just get involved. It was a wonderful community event. Congratulations to the soccer team once again, and parents, just keep doing it. You have no idea what effect it has on these children to know that their parents are there watching them and rooting them on.
Who threw a strike?
Oh!
Come on!
And the mayor threw a strike. He did. He threw an incredible strike. Well done, Mayor. Really well done. And actually, he allowed me. He bestowed me the honor to have a simultaneous first pitch, so we represented baseball and softball equally.
Very nice.
Todd dropped the ball, though. Todd dropped the pitch.
It's the village, our village turns up well for the holidays. It's a
yeah.
really beautiful season.
Amazing.
You know, the public realm is beautiful and people are out and activated and it's really nice.
I got great compliments about the lighting. Everybody was really
magical.
Very, very happy with it.
Good segue to wish everybody a good and healthy new year. And just thinking of John, it's hard to think of someone who could ever have an equivalent duration of service. He just did so many things for such a long period of time. And in addition to being a great colleague, he was a really great friend and really supported our work. We did good things together and made me very sad to learn of his passing.
You and Ed served with him?
I served with him. It was a pleasure. Gentleman, friend, pain in the ass. I was. And
still are.
And he'll be sorely missed. Unfortunately, shortly after he retired from here, he moved out to Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
Then he started developing some problems, physical, mental problems, and deteriorated fairly quickly. And he wound up in a nursing home, passing away, really not knowing where he was at this point in time. Yeah. So, you know, you hate to see somebody go, but unfortunately, his time has come. And he will be sorely missed. A lovely, good human being.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of the contingent that went to work at 9/11 at the at the pile, at the pile there. So, all right.
Next item is Mayor, public comments.
Luis de la Cruz.
How unusual.
Sorry it got here a little late, but I went around town to make sure that all of your houses were not flooded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
And I can report that none of the houses of the council members up here are suffering from flooding today, even though
your
it has
address
been
as
raining
well.
all day long.
I'm sorry, for the record, your address.
640 Allendale Road, Luis de la Cruz. I apologize. So that's what our clean, well-maintained system of stormwater drainage does for the village of Key Biscayne. Now, for the other 0.28 times, 0.28 hours, not hours, but time that we actually have more water coming down that our system can probably take out, because sometimes that happens. That's what we're talking about here, okay? 0.28, less than half of a percent of the time is what we're discussing up here about this big dig and other things. I want to point out to you an absolutely incredibly horrible structure that we have built at the end of Ocean Lane Drive, which happens to be a generator for a shallow injection well. It just makes absolutely no sense that we would spend the money, and I think that we probably got a grant for it, but it's still taxpayer money, whether that's state money or village money or wherever it's coming from. But to spend the amount of money that we spent on building such a horrendous structure for it, that has absolutely no logical reason to be built. And I think you'll hear from Fernando Vasquez that he agrees with that, believe it or not. So, you know, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that got built, but it's beyond any imagination that we are thinking that if we go with the alternative to the Big Dig, which is what Mr. Tashiev is designing with GIT, that you guys are really thinking about putting a generator at every shallow injection well. That's absurd. Absurd. You can't do that. Please don't do that. Okay? We're talking about 5 hours for 5 days. That's 25 hours out of 8,700 hours of a year. That those pumps would be working, and then have it so coincidental that we wouldn't have power for that particular injection well. It's just absurd that we are even thinking about that. I don't know why. I don't know whose great idea it was, but it was a horrible idea, and I just don't. I'm beside myself. Obviously, you see it, you know. So please, guys, you know, let's get some thought behind what we're doing up here. And make sure that whenever the management comes up to you, you realize what it is that he's proposing that he's going to do. Don't just approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One brief thing, since I was brought up, I just want to say that I do agree with that. I don't necessarily think that these, and having done this in the past in another city in South Florida, I think we need to really revisit this concept of these generators. I brought this up in the past. I brought them from an aesthetic standpoint. I brought them from a functional standpoint. I brought them up from a functional standpoint. And I just think that we really have to have a conversation about this for the future.
Okay.
So
we can have a conversation.
Yeah, we can, and I hope we do. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, agenda.
The next item is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Addition,
Sorry.
I'd like to add a discussion on pausing purchase or installation of any standby electrical generators for storm sewer pumps.
Okay, so under mayor and council,
Pausing the purchase of,
Purchase or installation.
generators.
That's what yeah, I second that. Yes.
Something to say.
It's a discussion item.
Yeah, that's fine. Great.
Pausing the purchase of installation of,
Electrical generators, standby electrical generators for storm sewer pumps.
Fixed standby.
okay, what else?
Fixed.
Two items.
but
Excuse
one
me,
moment. please.
fixed standby.
Yeah, big difference.
Fixed standby. Thank you.
Tell me when you're ready for me.
Always ready for you, Nance.
Ready?
I would like to defer 10A, please. The amendment to the professional services contract.
Okay.
And just FYI, the Athletic Advisory Board has not had an opportunity to review the proposed changes, so I think they need to be able to weigh in on whether or not the proposed changes address the issues that have come up before them throughout the year. So I think that's just appropriate.
Yeah, I think we missed a step, so that's fine.
Good idea.
Agreed.
I also would like to add 2 items. I would like to add a discussion about the soccer program structure. I don't really want to have the discussion. I just want to have discussion about tasking the Athletic Advisory Board with reviewing the soccer program structure and coming back to us on that and whether or not that needs to be revisited. And secondly, I didn't see it elsewhere on the agenda. Legal counsel was going to come back to us with a report about the special magistrate item that I brought up in November. So could we add that so he can tell us what he found? Because I think he's got some information.
Magistrate, okay.
And Mike had an item separating the underground.
To put out the bid for the Zone 1.
And just, I'd like to just a quick discussion on the just to educate on how the actual bidding process works for these contracts, for these vendor contracts, and the time frame.
I'm sorry to understand what you said.
I'm sorry.
Time frame of RFP bidding.
I got you.
For new vendor contracts, whether it's athletics or anybody else.
Gotcha.
Timeframe of new bidding.
Yep. New bidding process and time frame.
I might as well signal my dismay now that 9C and D are back on the agenda for second reading, 101 Crandon.
Which one is that?
101 Harbor. And suggest that rather than deal with what I consider to be an armed torpedo in the water with the safety off, we would get a better result if we actually followed through with the scope and depth of analysis that I think we talked about getting before dealing with this at second reading when we spoke about this at first reading, to better understand the implications of allowing institutional use prospectively in the residential district.
Okay,
And
Frank,
to determine whether it's better to deal with this by development order amendment.
but we're gonna hear it, so.
I don't wanna waste time, and I'm gonna oppose it, so I might as well just signal it now. Okay. We had a long discussion, and we came to a conclusion. That conclusion wasn't implemented.
Okay, well, we'll do it when we get there, all right? All right. Madam Clerk?
My apologies. All those in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the consent agenda.
Somebody move it?
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Retirement Article 2, Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan of the Village of Key Biscayne, Retirement Plan of the Village of Key Biscayne Code of Ordinances regarding the retirement plan for police officers and firefighters of the Village of Key Biscayne, specifically amending Section 23-47C of the Village Code to permit retired police officers hired on a part-time basis to receive in-service distribution, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Any questions to the chief? I think we talked about it last time. It's a really great idea. Hopefully we can implement it and add somewhat of a savings to us.
I think Chief looks so good tonight, so why don't you show off your suit if you would? And just a smile.
Off the red carpet.
Yeah. Anyway, I know he's excited about this. I'll put words in his mouth, and you can just stand there and look pretty.
Better the suit than a soccer uniform.
Whoa. Oh, that's a bad visual there.
I like it.
I don't think you have to take that abuse, Chief, sorry.
This profession allows you to have thick skin.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
I just wanted to show off how good he looked.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
get it. I understand.
Madam Clerk, call the question.
We need a public hearing, please.
You want a public hearing? Okay.
It's second reading.
On second reading, public hearing is now open. Public hearing not on his suit is now closed.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
And Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
The item is adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is a second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 30-11 definitions and creating Section 30-39 certified recovery residences of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to review and approval procedures for certified recovery residences, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let me open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. Okay, on the item before us, comments?
I just wanted to say that my understanding is that I had discussed with council whether or not we could put in a specification of distance from public school or from schools, and perhaps council would like to expand on how we're going to approach this.
So, if you may recall, we brought this forward a couple of months ago. This was as a result of a mandate by the Florida legislature for us to adopt procedures regarding the certified recovery residences. These are just purely procedural at this point. If the village council would like to adopt a regulation that's more substantive, I think we would need to pause and wait to the extent that it was more restrictive or more burdensome because of Senate Bill 180. And we're happy to bring something forward for that at a later time. But at this point, really what this is doing is something that we were supposed to have adopted by January 1st. We got delayed because we had the meeting canceled. So we're hoping to comply with the state law and have it adopted. And this process is very similar to the reasonable accommodation process that we would implement even if this wasn't codified, frankly. So
thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on second reading of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 30-104 Institutional District of the Village Code of Ordinances to provide development regulations for properties that are 10,000 square feet or less, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Ms. Stoner, this is your item. You want to?
Well, my recollection of what happened at the previous meeting when we discussed this, I thought it was different than you, Frank. I thought what we had decided was that we were going to specify that the any residential property had to be adjacent to an existing already institutionally zoned property.
Yeah, my memory is quite different.
Okay.
It includes that, but it goes beyond that. My memory is that we recognized initially that this is really drawn from a condition that affects a single property that was permitted years ago, as we discussed, by development order, not by zoning. And the conversation ensued as to studying what the implications would be, not just from the allowance prospectively of institutional use pretty much anywhere in the West Side and Holiday Colony, but also understanding what ancillary uses go with institutional uses and what could potentially metastasize anywhere in these areas if schools, if houses of worship were allowed anywhere in those areas. In part recognizing that there's a fundamental incompatibility in nature of use if you have residences and schools, daycare centers, churches, shuls, mosques, what have you. Second point related, there's never been, to my knowledge, and I've been around a long time, any discussion about, in the future land use context, about expanding house of worship use. It's completely new and novel, in my opinion, all to address an anomaly associated with 101 Harbor. The last point that we discussed was, is it not more expedient to just fix the development order to better reflect signage and other anomalies that might restrain their use in an unfair or oppressive way, rather than open up what could be Pandora's box on including ancillary uses associated with institutional uses, which include schools and daycare centers and you name it. I think as a side point, I am highly dissatisfied with the quality of these supporting memos, and I want to really call out what I consider to be a real deficiency. These read to me like conclusory sales jobs, not analysis. And I think we're experiencing the same thing in the variance supporting analyses, the memorandum, and it just puts too much on us. It's just not helpful. That's my criticism.
Well, I'm not criticizing this, but criticizing Jeremy. I read his comments and recommendations and his analysis on most every zoning thing that's ever come up here. And I think he does a fine job. And you're smarter than me, and if I can understand it, you certainly should.
It's not understanding it. It's these are check-the-box memos. All the criteria and leading to a conclusion that, yes, this checks the box. I don't agree that the analysis supports those conclusions.
Well, you don't agree with the conclusions, obviously.
I don't.
That's a matter of opinion.
No, but there's an empirical way to analyze issues to determine compliance.
Yeah.
And simply concluding that they comply. For example, in the realm of the compatibility of use, I don't think you can simply say that it's compatible if you're running a church or a school that's the mission of a church in a residential neighborhood simply because it's in a similar structure. And to say, too, that the land use element in the master plan permits this, everything is permitted in, well, not commercial and office, but schools, parks, utilities, houses of worship are all permissible anywhere in any residential district, providing for flexibility for future land use decisions, but governed by zoning. So to bootstrap in a zoning end around by justifying it, by saying that the master plan prospectively permits this, it seems to me, is misleading and evasive. And it's very least not helpful.
Well, it's not misleading because he's telling you a fact. And like you say, that fact exists for everything.
You got to go back and analyze the master plan to analyze the zoning memo?
Well, basically, you don't have to because he's done it for you. He's telling you it's
hasn't done it
permitted.
for me.
He's telling you the master plan permits it.
He's coming to a conclusion without any empirical support that I disagree with.
Well, fine. Listen, that's certainly your choice.
Let's,
I have a question, please?
yeah.
Nancy, the goal here is to basically make sure that that the house of worship is on 101 is correct, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about these ordinances. What my concern is that I think what Frank's worried about is that we're opening up a big opportunity for potential abuse, possibly. But all we want to do is resolve the problem at that specific
That
space,
property,
right?
which is
So,
already in, so it's in. and-
right, but if there's a way to do it without opening up Frank's concerns, maybe we can revisit that, and I think that's probably worthwhile, because, Frank's got a lot of institutional knowledge about this issue. He's obviously pretty passionate about it, and, I respect your opinion, because you've been here for a long time. So I think maybe we should give that a little credence and see if there is an alternative way to deal with this. That's all I'm saying.
Let's do something here. Chad, you got any information here that you can weigh in?
I mean, I think that the two sides were laid out pretty clearly. This was approved as a special exception by development order today. To address what Councilmember Stoner would like to bring forward, the only way that we can address it, aside from amending the existing development order to maybe make the conditions less, removes maybe some of the conditions in that order, was to change our code and do this rezoning. Now, at the last meeting, my understanding was the instruction was to try to limit it to that area close to where the Chabad is located now. We drew it in that one block area. But there's only two options here to address this. either you can address it through the development order, which I think Councilmember Kaplan is maybe suggesting as a potential option, or you make a code change. I mean, that's really it. So those are your two options, or do nothing.
I thought
mean,
the principal takeaway was not to punt on this, the need to address this. I want to address this for 101 Harbor. I want to address this for the Jewish Center. I don't think that the most expedient and prudent way to do that on the face of it is to amend the zoning code, particularly to permit, and I'm back to ancillary uses in institution, and also recognizing practically that churches are by and large surviving in pursuit of their missions by operating schools. So it's not simply a house of worship. The experience, not just here but in other places, is that schools are supporting the church mission or the synagogue mission or the mosque mission. And second observation generally is that churches are struggling in lots of places. So the adaptive reuse of that use includes ancillary uses within institution, right? I don't think we bargained to go down that road, and we've never thought that we were deficient in houses of worship. It's never come up.
But Frank, what you're saying is St. Christopher's can have a school, and St. Agnes can have a school, and Presbyterian can have a school, and they're all in that area. And I'm not saying Chabad wants to have a school, because I don't know anything of the sort. But if they wanted to have a school and what they could do within that one small little property,
if they
would be
wanted
limited by their space that's available.
They have an educational mission that I'm personally familiar with. They perform it both there and elsewhere. If they wanted,
Religious Sunday school.
so where we got off to at the end was recognizing the desire and the need to do something for the Jewish Center, to study the implications a little bit deeper than these memos do, in my opinion, of changing the entire west side, in effect, to allow institutional uses, although recognizing the geographical limitation, then gives rise to, we had a moment about RLUIPA, or the argument that this is spot zoning and we're going to get in trouble down the road, and are we going to be able to defend ourselves in the context of a spot zoning appeal. So basically the idea was to study this before taking action on zoning, and in the meantime look at the development order and what we can do to fix it or improve it. That didn't happen. That didn't come back.
But right now, the zone that we're talking about, located within the area south of Harbor Drive, west of Fernwood, north of Buttonwood, and east of Woodcrest, yes, you could say that's spot zoning. I don't know if that, is there any other properties included in that, Jeremy, or is that the only property?
In the way it's currently written, it could potentially include some other properties.
Okay, fine, so it wouldn't be spot zoning then. So basically, you're concerned that this would be utilized all over the village, really under this particular ordinance would not apply because it's so limited.
Because it's been limited.
Yeah, so therefore, what are you against it for?
Jeremy, you did just say they could be applied to a couple other houses, a couple other areas?
Yes.
Okay, so.
In that area.
So, question for.
Houses.
So question for you. So if someone would want to possibly buy two houses on that street, okay, and they could amalgamate those two houses, and then they could put a house of worship in there if they chose.
They would still need to abide by zoning regulations, which would keep them as separate structures. But yes, they could then, if they wanted to have one as the house of worship and another one as the school, they could do that. It is worth noting that in our entire residential district, there are uses that are permitted as home businesses, such as daycares. These are already permitted as home businesses. So some of the ancillary uses, by the fact that you're limiting the structure to the size that it is, are sort of accounted for and considered, and not as inconsistent. And I would argue that they're not as inconsistent with a single-family neighborhood as they could be because of the limitation on the size of the structure.
And I just want to add something that Councilmember Kaplan said before. This doesn't eliminate that there could be another person way down the road seeking to locate a Chabad in a residentially zoned property, just like we had today with the Chabad, because of the RLUIPA concerns. Someone could try to make those arguments. So it's still, these could pop up potentially in other places that unrelated to this, what we're doing tonight.
So I'll leave it at this. My bottom line is, this isn't the way to deal with this issue, in my opinion. Let's look at the development order and fix it as needed, in my opinion. If there's never been a discussion about an interest in expanding houses of worship. I've been doing this since 1991, and I can't think of occasion. There's a lot of elements in the future land use element that are aspirations that are evergreen. Parks acquisition goes back all the way in time. All the way in time to cure concurrency initially and to reduce density, and that still is an issue. I can't find anything in my memory bank or anything I've read lately that talks about houses of worship. So I would propose to deal with this otherwise.
My last comment on this is, I find it offensive that, I understand how we got here, but to continue with the zoning the way it is, I find it offensive that they have to function, that institution has to function under a development order, which I believe has 23 or more restrictions on it, and none of the other houses of worship have to do that. And it's right there in the zone, so that's my motivation. That's that.
Jeremy, question for you. Is there any way to limit this only to the one specific property?
Spot zoning.
That would be spot zoning.
And that's
Prohibited.
illegal or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Get challenged on that one.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to say it would be, but it would definitely raise it could be.
But is that, so there's a
It's
risk?
There's a risk if you were to do that, yes.
All right, but there's also a risk in what Frank's expressing, so, I mean, we're sort of mitigating risk, right? So,
Well, I think what Councilmember Kaplan is saying that, maybe it's worth instead of dealing with this and expanding the areas in which a house of worship can go, maybe the solution is to dive into the development order and try to reevaluate some of those conditions that could help resolve the issue. I think that's really where I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I
No,
mean,
that's
what you're saying.
exactly right. Some of those conditions came about to mollify initial objections.
but if
Those objections never arose.
So Nancy, if we would take the development order and eliminate all your concerns to equalize the playing field, so to speak, would that be something that we could all work around?
You read the development order and saw
I-
all the.
I try to
No, I understand, but, and saw how extensive and how micromanaging they were, you would find them,
Offensive.
yeah.
I hear, I understand your concern, I'm just
the
trying to
idea is
see if
to
there's,
fix that, to
I'm just saying,
resolve
if we could take
I
that
know,
stuff
but
out, is there a way to take it out?
Just that exercise, I mean, we don't have to debate this anymore, but just that exercise is offensive. So for this one house of worship, you can do this and you can't do that, and you can only do, and no. I mean, nobody else has to function under that other than to comply with
Yeah,
the zoning.
I hear your concern.
I understand why it happened. I understand how we got to this point, but now we're here and we see that particular institution has been a fantastic neighbor, a fantastic community participant. They're shouldn't have to suffer under all those restrictions.
And they wouldn't, because all of those restrictions, and I'm not remembering every single detail, but I was involved in that negotiation. There were NIMBY objections and a panoply of solutions to mollify these NIMBY objections are what you're talking
Right,
about.
right.
The behaviors, the use, the functionality on that site never warranted concern about any of those objections. It just, the concerns never arose, in fact. So this is, 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
A fresh look would result in a different product, I believe.
Product that would no longer be offensive.
According to Frank.
I think
I
so.
mean, in
but
Frank's opinion, right?
That's my,
And how would we move forward on that? Would we create a subcommittee that would look at that? Would it be just the staff? Would it be maybe Frank and Nancy? Maybe I would motion to have Frank and Nancy both work on it.
Well,
together.
I think that remember, at its heart, it's a quasi-judicial determination, right? So, it's a if all of you wanted to look at it, we could put it forth on a future agenda, we could workshop it, so you could look at the conditions, but ultimately, if this is gonna come back, it is gonna come back in the, it would come back to amend it, would be a quasi-judicial hearing, which, once we choose to amend it, we don't allow ex parte communications and the like that we've talked about before.
But if we would choose just to spot zone it, we have a risk, but we have risk doing
Well-
business all the time. So why is that such a big deal?
Well, those are two separate things.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the question of whether something is spot zoning or not, I'm not so convinced under the law it's spot zoning. People use that a lot, but the word spot zoning, there are arguments against it, but we're not going to get into that today. But it's a risk, yeah, people would argue it.
there's a lot of
I-
mitigation
it-
to that
this-
risk because of the historical use of this site.
So also, there's, and maybe Councilmember Kaplan doesn't agree, but to the extent that the zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, there's case law that says that as a matter of law, you don't have spot zoning. Now, I think Councilmember Kaplan is questioning whether or not this zoning is consistent with the plan. But the question of a development order, though, is much more limited because now you're talking about somebody's development rights, okay? This change in zoning is not addressing somebody's development rights at this stage. This is legislative policy that you're making.
Right.
When you're looking at the development order, you're addressing somebody's property rights directly. So that's why it's a little more heightened.
What about the Pandora's box risk of having opened up, this is a future RLUIPA argument on Westwood, having opened up institutional zoning beyond what exists? It's harder to defend against a later argument on Allendale.
It's possible. There's obviously mitigating arguments the other way. But yes, I can understand that someone would argue that, why did you draw the line in the sand there, right? However, there is case law that says in a matter of zoning, you need to draw the line somewhere. So, but it's a fair point. I'm not going to argue that. So if the council wants to evaluate the development order so you can see it, you guys have never seen it, it can be circulated. And if you want to, discuss it at a public meeting, I think that's fine. Just remember that you're not looking at it from a policy perspective. You're looking at it for somebody's property rights directly.
Or we can just vote for this tonight and be done with it.
Well, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
We vote it up or down,
Yes.
and then we go from there.
Yes, this, and then you have the rezoning, which is after it.
I've said my piece.
Further discussion?
I'm just wondering, Nancy, if it's worth engaging I know you feel some offense to this, but I wonder if it's engaging the rabbi and get his opinion to see if we can work through this, the development order, so we don't open up the Pandora's box. It's just a possible
Won't get it
suggestion.
resolved.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks for the inquiry, but, listen, if this is voted down tonight, we still have the opportunity to bring back and look at at the development order.
And we
But I
could
would
do
hope-
that anyway.
Right, so I would like to take a vote on this personally.
Madam Clerk, let's call a roll.
Vice Mayor Sardinus, did you have a motion on the floor, or you were just proposing? Okay.
And then did we
And
open
there
up the
needs a public
hearing?
hearing,
Okay.
please.
Public hearing is now open.
I'd like to say something, I'm sorry, very quickly. Sorry, guys. You shouldn't be allowed to speak unless you're sitting in the aisle. Sorry. Tom McCormick, 680 Curtis Wood. I just want to say something that should be beyond debate and not controversial, which is that all of you are smarter than me. But I'd also like to say that you know who's smarter than all of us? People with money that want to develop real estate. So when Frank says there's a Pandora's box risk here, I feel like you should run for the hills. Nancy, your concern is 100% right, but no one should be voting yes on this unless you're sure Frank's wrong. If you're sure Frank's wrong, vote yes. But if you have any doubt whatsoever, take a month or two and figure out whether the inappropriate untreatment of this one property could be completely resolved without the risk of opening Pandora's box, because that sounds pretty good to me. If you know for sure Frank's nuts and nobody's gonna commercialize Westwood or whatever, then vote yes. But again, thank you for your.
I'm not sure what Westwood has to do with this, but that's fine.
Public hearing is now closed.
Councilmember Stoner,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe,
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken,
No.
Councilmember Kaplan,
No.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Sardinius.
No.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
It's adopted or not?
The next item is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, rezoning the property located at 101 Harbor Drive, property folio number 24-4232-006-0230 from the Village Residential VR District to the Institutional I District, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Somebody move it.
Move.
Move.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Public hearing on this is now open. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Stoner.
Well, I don't think there's any more discussion. This is simply to change the zoning of that particular property that we were talking about in the ordinance previous.
So question, if we chose not to support this, that property would therefore not be approved and not fit
Right.
into this?
We would have made the change in the ordinance, but we, in the zoning code, but we wouldn't have made the change as to that property.
Yes, so the legislation was adopted, but it wouldn't be applied to anything. It's not being applied to anything at this point until this rezoning were to occur.
So voting no is just,
Keeps the status quo until somebody comes in and wants to rezone the property.
Okay, further conversation, discussion on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe,
Yes?
Councilmember Bracken,
no.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan is a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
It was-
Councilmember London
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Sardinius,
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second
Jocelyn,
reading.
I know it's I'd prefer to change my vote to
You can.
yes. To yes, please. I was confused a little bit about what we were doing, so yeah, there's no reason not to approve it. Just being obstructive.
Right, the ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 2-82, purchasing limitations, competitive bidding of Chapter 2 of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to competitive bidding thresholds, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Move and seconded.
Thank you.
Public hearing is now open. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed.
Joe?
Yes, sir?
I have one, one suggestion. I didn't think about this before. I have no problem with the change of limits or anything else, and obviously this was originally done when we didn't have a purchasing manager or purchasing agent, whatever you're gonna call Darren, but we have a good man here. And the fact to get only one quote, when now instead of three, one quote instead of three quotes, I understand three is a lot, one's less. But since we have somebody here, what would the problem be of getting two prices? They can do it verbally on the phone, but at least have two prices, because somehow contractors know that if they're the only ones, they take advantage of people. Not that I, as a contractor, ever do that.
Never?
But I've heard other contractors do that. So therefore, I would suggest we make a modification to that, and we have two people, that's all. Two votes. Doesn't have to be big formal bidding or anything else. Darren makes a couple phone calls. So, Council
Is it
agrees.
a practical question, or is this a legal question?
It's a proposed amendment.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Chad, can we do this?
So can you propose exactly what your amendment would
Oh,
be?
you speak much better than I do, Chad. You know how to do it.
Can we talk, I'm sorry, just want to hear the limits so the public can hear the limits.
Yeah, well, I want to be clear on the ordinance language here. So this would move from the 5,000 to 6,000 to where you would require three
That's
bids.
fine, no problem. No
It already, but
yeah,
you do
everything's
require
fine
three bids.
as far as the numbers go. I'm just saying, just change it instead of 1 to 2, that's all.
You're saying for under the $6,000?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Well, then we open up the process, and that's what I think they're trying to avoid, is just to streamline it with one vendor. I think that defeats the purpose, perhaps. It's just really keeping it singular.
Just keeping the contractors honest.
Right, listen, I was just gonna say, I always believe in 3 bids minimum. I'm not, but on something like that, when they need to move quickly and do stuff on the fly, I think this gives them nimbleness to do what they need to do. And so I kind of agree that a decision for one contractor under 6,611, is that what the number is?
6,000.
6,611, right?
Yeah, so 6,000.
Oh, 6,000, period. I don't know what I got the other.
No, the number's the CPI number. We did round it down for just a flat, even number for the ordinance. But yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, no, I'm for that level, I think it's important for our business too, and not to lose time, because time is money, to really allow, a selection under 5,000. That's it. No second bid, nothing like that. Just a straight out.
So you just do 1.
No, I'm not. It's just 2 is.
So 2's okay, fine.
1. I mean, I'm not for 2. I'm for 1.
Okay.
That's it. Want to call me a wimp? Call me a wimp.
That's my proposed amendment. I guess, do we vote on the amendment, Joe? We got a second to it?
Yeah.
Can you clarify your amendment? I'm sorry,
Hold
Councilmember
on,
Bundy.
let me put it in where the tab to the actual language.
That's the number.
I think that the language, it's under for purchases less than 6,000, you're requiring the manager to obtain 2 quotes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
He does, when they say manager, purchasing department, isn't it?
well, the manager designee.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
That's all.
I think they do that. I think at the end of the day, you look for the best price. I think that's kind of part of common practice.
So the amendment would be to amend 2-82A to state that the manager would obtain a minimum of 2 quotes prior to purchasing something less than $6,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second for this motion?
Second.
Discussion on the amendment. Any issues, guys? Speak now
Yeah,
or forever hold your
I
peace.
just want to talk about the impact. So this ordinance was brought forth for operational efficiencies. What we did was we looked at the 2021 thresholds, brought them forward for CPI. The amendment is kind of working counteracting that to go less efficient, because we're talking about, contracts or quotes for goods and services under 6,000 to now get the second, which is good practice, but it is not as efficient as obviously 1 for that lower threshold. So the idea and the nature of this was to bring efficiency, so that does kind of counteract, but
But Ben, it's much more efficient not to get any prices at all and tell the guy just to do it in bill you, isn't it? That's really
we would never
efficient.
do that.
Why
But
not?
Well,
It's the same thing as getting 1 bid, isn't it?
no, because
Why
we
not?
issue.
You're not comparing it to anything. If you want to talk about being efficient.
Benjamin, is there some, is there some formality in getting the biddings? Or can you, like Ed suggested, just get informal quotes And that would satisfy that requirement.
They could be informal on that.
So Benjamin, just a question for you. So previously, at the 5,000 limit, there was no requirement for the,
Correct.
Right.
so we're just putting tightening it up basically.
Exactly, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. We're responsible for the money, remember?
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. I just think that there's some operational nimbleness that staff needs to have in order to run the operation smoothly. And I think that by trying to be, this may be us erring more on the side of being over effective. And on a number as such, I would trust that the manager and the CFO and whoever's involved in that would make the right decision. It is not a huge number. It is a number that is used to move the operation. So for that to get two quotes, it just seems like a little bit too, or we're hamstringing staff. I
Under
agree with that.
emergency situations, that would be waived, right?
Of course.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So we're voting on the
On the
amendment.
amendment.
On the amendment.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion,
No, here.
motion carries.
Okay, on the ordinance as amended.
Did you guys open up the public hearing?
Yes, they did
Yeah.
that in the beginning.
Perfect.
On the ordinance as amended, Mayor Roscoe,
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken,
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius,
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner,
Yes.
and Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Excuse me. The next item,
10A was deferred, right?
yes, it was deferred.
Okay.
The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to the Stout Group LLC for village-wide roadway improvements, street resurfacing in an amount not to exceed $483,082.67 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Okay, let's see. This is a reso. Mr. Miranda.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This item is the continuation of our roadway improvements projects. I have a small presentation for you on some of the work that we've done, some of the work that we're planning to do, and some of the work that this project actually encompasses. In your package, you have what you see on the map here. The orange streets are the ones that would be repaved under this project. It would be
Mike
the
Bracken
Mashta,
likes this already. He's got a visual.
the Mashta Islands, the Knollwood Street, which would complete everything in the southern end of the island. And then we have Cranwood and, Cranwood and Cypress Drive, which would be repaved. This is in an effort, again, to elevate our pavement condition index. And as we continue in future years, it will continue to raise that index, taking care of all of the streets within the village. As my map has a schedule of how we would continue. In the latter part of this year, we will do what you see in blue, which are the future roads. Harbor Drive is separate and apart. As you all know, we have a JPA with the county for it. And we're working on a project right now with the TPO for Fernwood, which is lined in purple. In 27, 28, we would do the roads that you see up here in yellow. And then 28, 29 carries out the eastern side of the island. So by the end of 29, by the end of 33, because of Fernwood, we would have all of the roads repaved with the exception of the Zone 1 area. So this ordinance, again, going back to it, would repave North Marshall Drive, Norwood, South Marshall Drive, Cypress, and Cranwood Drive.
Okay, questions on the resolution before us?
Any competitive bidding on this?
This is using our competitively bid contract.
The previous
Yes,
contract?
the previous contract, which we have two contractors on.
Good, no question.
Chris, just as the SAB has requested, is there any way, since this is resurfacing, there's really no way to put impervious material forth in this project, is there or not?
To put, so your question would be more to put pervious material?
Correct.
Correct. No, it would not. To put pervious material in, we would need to actually strip out the base.
Right. So this is,
and
we're
recreate a
basically
baseboard.
grading and resurfacing, so there's
This
no.
is strictly milling and resurfacing.
Chris,
Yes.
I appreciate you guys. So your assessment on this is just basically looking at the PCI, as you said, right? Looking at the cracks, looking at that, but are there any areas in your observation that you've seen that could be further, a little more troublesome and relates with the subgrade? I mean, these are all roads.
Yes.
Let's face it. I mean, we know that the water goes up and down, it goes in the subgrade, and one of the things that happens right at the base where the coquina rock is, that all those sediments that are there to stabilize the load, they eventually wither out, so now you got the rock, and I'm wondering if we're looking at that more comprehensively. I know we were hoping to do that with a lot of these drainage projects, but in the process of moving forward, should we be looking at the roadway substructure?
So what we have seen, my observation, where we have more critical failures is where we have brick pavers, where we've installed brick pavers and that sub-base is affected quicker, both from the top and the bottom. So when we have rain, it seeps through and the sub-base and the base are washing out. In the areas that we have asphalt, I haven't seen that serious of a deterioration in the base.
Okay.
There is spider cracking in the asphalt.
Yeah.
So there is signs of, base weakening, but proper protocol would be just to mill and resurface. If we find an area that does have a deficiency in the base, we have the ability to go in at that time and remove the base and reconstruct
correct
it.
it, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Yes.
For this type of approach is fine.
Okay, on 10B?
So on this,
Yes.
today we had two reports on flooding, one by our chief flood watcher and other by our chief executive officer of our council. And looking at both of them, I went out driving around myself and seeing the concerns of both concerns. And I realized one thing, and maybe with this when you're doing this now, a contemporary help this thing, and that is when someone's paving a driveway, they bring the driveway down into you basically have a crown of the road is going down to the driveway, and you form a little valley there, and as a result, water is laying there. And also, obviously, excuse me, same problem you have with when the lawn is a little bit higher. So my question is this: how difficult or how expensive would it be to regrade the perimeters of these streets as we're doing them, so the elevation is raised, so the water is not coming into the street, but rather going the opposite direction?
That's
Repaving the perimeters.
In other words, eliminating a lot of the pockets, for lack of a better word, where water is going to accumulate. Because no matter what storm system we put in, it's not going to make a damn bit of difference if the water doesn't get to the inlets, and the water's not going to get to the inlets if there's places where it's not going to drain properly. So to me, possibly either making sure the grading now was done when you're repaving the streets to get the water basically better to the inlets. Also, where you have the dirt or the soil, or what do you want to call it, the swale, having the blacktop a little bit higher there, so the water basically is not, it stays in the
Isn't
grass.
that what we did in the immediate mitigation?
Right.
programming?
It's just a thought. And is that too
Yes.
much? Is that too difficult to do on these streets right now? We just think about doing it
It's
in
a
the
little more
future.
complicated than that. And
Obviously,
yes, they did. And one of the features they put in was curbing to direct that water flow to those, the structures in the corners, but they didn't run them all the way down the street. So, and if you did, it would change the character of the neighborhood.
But they did do
Okay.
something with the grade. In other words, they
Yes.
pitched.
And-
took what was previously more flat roads, it caused pockets and.
Correct. We'll raise the center of the road to create more of a crown if the road is flatter. We did that on Cape Florida.
You did that on West Mashta as well.
That's correct.
Yes,
West
and,
Mashta as well.
right, that was before I got here, but yes, correct.
And the reason,
And-
Chris, the reason why I bring this
Also
up,
Woodcrest you did,
just to come back to what Ed's
time.
point is that when they did it on West Mashta, there was a observation. I live on that street, so I mean,
Yes.
I definitely saw an improvement, a
Correct.
dramatic improvement on the flooding on our street.
Correct.
Okay,
And as we're repaving these roads, they are stringlining the edge of the roads to make sure that they're catching that flow.
That's all I'm asking for.
And make the water flow where it needs to go. It may need to go to the corners, it may need to come to the centers, is wherever the catch bases are. We are taking that into account.
Okay.
Yes.
There is no curbing here.
There's no curbing here, no.
But so that is part of that. So just to confirm, Chris, that is part of the scope of work.
What is? I'm
It,
sorry.
to doing the
Yes,
pitching.
yes, that is part of the scope of work. Yes.
Good.
Okay,
It's to reestablish.
Thank you.
To
10B,
reestablish the pitch.
Madam Clerk?
10B, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to the Stout Group LLC for the replacement of traffic calming devices in an amount not to exceed $248,385 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, questions on traffic calming devices?
One quick one, Chris. I noticed that there's the Westwood section where Fernwood is meeting. The roundabout there is not being addressed in this particular scope of work.
No, because it's being addressed in the Fernwood project. That's being taken into account under the Fernwood project with the TPO.
Okay.
But we're gonna make some temporary repairs to that intersection.
Because
Yes.
we've been talking about that for a while. and
Right.
It's getting worse and worse.
Yes, I was there today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And it also floods there pretty good too
Right.
as well.
What are we actually gonna do to these calming devices? You told me the calming devices, the circles?
No, we're talking about the speed tables.
The speed tables, okay.
Speed humps or these are actually speed tables.
Okay.
So the speed tables that we currently have, and these are actually the brick pavered, speed tables, were not constructed per the current code. So the slopes on them are incorrect and, vehicles are traveling over them and bottoming out.
Okay.
They're also starting to show a lot of deterioration.
Okay.
On Island Drive, we removed 3 speed tables and we reinstalled them, 3 of the brick paver speed tables, and we reinstalled them with the asphalt paved tables. If you drive by there now, you'll see a much smoother transition. It still is effective in traffic calming, but it is a much smoother transition for vehicles to travel over.
Going then to Mike's comment about using pervious material, and I understood before, the streets are not gonna rave everything, we're just milling and repaving, but here, if we're actually ripping up the brick and everything else, might not this be a good area to use pervious materials to pave this over? And if we did that, how much more cost are we talking about?
We're not removing the base on these, we're removing the brick
bricks.
pavers
I
and
understand.
leveling them out with the road and then building them back up with asphalt. So in order to do pervious material, yes, we would have to go down approximately 24 inches of, take out that material and then construct it back.
So I'm just asking how
I
much
don't have an exact quote on it, but
Go to the next slide you got, Chris.
it has actually,
The only reason I'm bringing that up, I mean, we're talking about,
Don't you have the slide?
no,
we're,
I had it, and I took it out.
Okay.
Chris, we're talking about basically having a new storm source system, which basically will include either the ACOM system or the Giorgio system. But in any event, we want as much percolation as possible for natural disposal of the water. And if this might be a good place to start with these calming places to use that. So I would like to defer the motion, I guess, at this point in time, since we don't have a number, and come back with us and tell us, you know, it might be a good idea, but it's ridiculously overexpensive and the cost benefit ratio is not there. But before I vote on it, I'd like to know what the alternative is, if that's acceptable to council.
So, council member, no, and obviously if that's the will of the council, we'll do that, but we did have a consultant come in and do an analysis on one of our intersections. It was actually, a very, very interesting approach. And we'll be happy to have him give the presentation to the full council. I know some of the council members have seen it. It's pretty extensive.
No, I met with him.
Yeah, it's pretty
I'm not
extensive.
talking, his is not just pervious, his is down to the river, so to speak.
No, yeah, and look, his philosophy is that you find the, previous flows of water, and you can either believe that is or not, but obviously that's his belief, and that you use the sub-base to move water.
And you bring all the stones in from Georgia, and it costs a fortune.
Yeah, and that comes in somewhere between 10 to 12 times as much as normal.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just basically, like Chris is talking about, maybe go down a couple of feet with pervious material, not going down.
Yeah, so right now, we've got the Cadillac analysis, and we have what we do now. So what you're saying is somewhere in between.
Yeah, exactly. Come back with it, and also, once you put that in there, what will be the absorption? What will be the percolation through that soil to see if it makes any good sense? That's all.
But you
And
have,
see what it cost us.
you have more to take into account than just the percolation, for example, on speed tables, where you have vehicles coming to a stop and you're gonna have that friction force pushing on those brick paver, that
Listen, it
open
has to be done
surface area.
properly. It has to be the right material to be a speed table. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not telling you
But
how to
it's
do it. I'm
not,
saying,
it's
come
not a
back with
good
come back
candidate
with a
is what I'm
proposal.
saying. It's not a good candidate for a pervious area to take a speed table and turn it into a pervious area, because you're gonna have that friction force and it's loose material. It's
Okay,
not,
well, so then, of course, if you
bonded
put a
material.
concrete curbing around the perimeter, you wouldn't have that, would you?
You'd still have it.
Why?
Because the material underneath it, you have to build it to support that traffic and that
I
friction
understand.
of cars coming to a stop, pushing down on it,
Chris.
or coming off of
I
it.
understand what you're saying.
There's a possibility of using impervious concrete, though. So just using a pervious concrete material versus using a paver type system, which is, I think, would, yeah.
You could use a pervious concrete. My past looks at pervious concrete is approximately 5-6 times more expensive than just plain concrete.
Well, I'm saying, come
But
back with
there
something.
is an
Let's take a
option.
look.
Let's look at it.
Yes.
But also realize too that when you do put something like a speed hump in, is the thickness of the material is, not just your road.
I
Now-
understand.
Now you're putting another 6 inches in.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm gonna vote for it.
We'll find out
I
whether.
just wanna know what it
water
is,
will
and
go
it doesn't make sense.
No, we'll
That's
do
all.
it. I just want to make sure that, we're.
No, I
we're
listened
not,
to-
we're now not talking this amount of,
No, I listened to the guy from,
we're talking this much.
down to the river, with
Yeah.
the pervious down.
Chris, did you have a chance to revisit the concerns I had about a couple of speed
Yes,
bumps that
yes, I
weren't
did.
included here?
Yes, I did. I actually went out and visited those locations.
Yeah.
Some of the speed tables that you'll see throughout the island have already been reconstructed in asphalt or were originally constructed in asphalt
So
and
they're up to
meet
code.
current code. Those all that you mentioned, I went and looked at each location in particular, and they're all asphalt already into the proper design.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I have one little question, Chris. The red speed table that's in the center and then the southernmost portion here, south of the school, is that just that little bump? It's not even a table, it's just a little
It's a
tiny-
little bump. It's probably.
So you're gonna make that into a table? Is that-
Correct, correct. We were not reconstructing a speed bump. If there's a speed bump, we will remove it and create an actual speed table.
So no more bumps.
No more bumps. Bumps actually technically are not accepted by Dade
Not up
County
to
for
code.
That thing
traffic,
is-
so.
that
And they
thing
cause more
is
damage.
Terrible.
To cars, to vehicles.
So,
This one.
Chris,
I never see it. Never
I know between Westwood and West Mashta, all the roads that are leading north-south, they all have some type of control system there.
Yes,
And you only showing one red dot.
correct. And as Vice Mayor Sardinas pointed out earlier, he brought this up in discussions earlier. A lot of those roads already have speed tables on them. They are already constructed out of asphalt and properly designed. So we're not reconstructing. These are only the ones that are made out of brick pavers that were improperly designed and have a very quick rise and fall. So the elevations aren't correct.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand this, and I apologize. There, on a couple of those streets, they basically just have a line with that they built up with asphalt like this. It's it's literally like that big. And you hit that thing in your golf cart or your car, and you bounce all over the place. Now, obviously, that the intent is to get people to slow down, but as you said, but it doesn't appear that those ones on the chart are being taken into consideration. Now, if that's incorrect on my part, I apologize. Just notice that there's only one red dot.
I can go and look at all the other ones, but these are what we had in our inventory.
I think you'll find if you drive those streets, you'll find that there are very unusual methods.
And the idea is to go through the village and make sure that we have continuity with all the speed tables, that they all meet the current county design for speed tables. Yeah. So if there's something out there that I didn't capture here, we certainly can go back and look at it and replace it.
Okay, now we've,
Is that consensus to defer?
oh, okay.
And bring back alternate proposals with prices and performance, so we know what we're voting on.
Okay.
I guess this is a good moment to try to remind us all, next time CVS parking lot goes to resurface, it's a good time to remember permeable surface at that point. This is a conversation about little bang for buck.
The square's pretty bad too.
Yeah,
It was
all of them.
It was all flooded up today.
All of them.
I think, council member, this is also where, the charge that we gave the Zork, in coming up with solutions like that.
Yes.
And, right now, we're stuck with SB 180. That doesn't mean that we can't be thinking about what we want to put in place if, and hopefully when, that those restrictions on SB 180 are lifted.
Yes.
And so that's something I know you, me, and Jeremy and Brett are going to meet in a week or so. And I think it's time to really look at that.
Past time, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer 10C.
Was it consensus of council to defer, or is there a yes?
I'm good.
Consensus to defer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Even though I would have thought the Porsche and Corvette people would have been happy with that one. But what can I say? 10D.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to BCC Engineering LLC for professional engineering services relating to the street lighting conversion and transfer project in an amount not to exceed $360,074.30 and providing for an effective date.
Move. Okay, Mr. Miranda, you want to take that on too?
Sure.
It's the Miranda show
Go
today.
for it.
Miranda show.
So we've come up with a sort of a flow chart of how this process will look. It is a complicated project from the sense of understanding our streetlights and who owns them and who manages them, what we own and what is actually owned by special taxing districts. We currently have 4 special taxing districts that, from our understanding, cover almost the entire island. So we don't control special taxing districts, those are controlled by the county. So we are looking for BCC to come in and do a comprehensive analysis, a feasibility study of taking those lights and reacquiring them from the special taxing districts from the county. So then we would take ownership, we would do an assessment of all the lights in collaboration with FPL, and then we would sell them in effect to FPL. They would give us a credit for all of those fixtures, and then they would take ownership, maintenance, responsibility for all those existing lights. At the same time, this project looks at those areas that we do not have any street lights. So all the dark spots, all the dark zones, and we are asking BCC to come up with a design for us of where we need all that lighting, which then we would go back to FPL, give them the designs, and have them install all the missing lights. The flow chart, the way the contract, I set up the contract with BCC, it is a time and materials contract per task. So we could actually have a task and say, we're not moving forward, and we could stop at any point with a task. The first step with the due diligence and the feasibility study, if we look at it and we cannot dissolve these special taxing districts, which we're pretty confident that we can, but if we couldn't, then that would stop that process right there. And we would continue with the photometric study so that we could look at the dark zones and continue trying to get lighting in the dark zones. So the contract altogether flows from a decision of no, we stop, or if we are able to, we continue, and you can see that both paths, the upper in green would flow through to the transference agreement with FPL, and then the bottom one would continue at all time moving forward.
So, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Chad, my understanding, I've only done one tax improvement district myself, and basically you all voted on it, and you agreed to be taxed as a special taxing district. Tax collector collected the money, then the developer, or whoever in this case, the county, went ahead and bought lights and installed lights, and it basically might have incurred debt or incurred expense or whatever. And I assume these lights have been installed probably, 30, 40 years ago? Been inside my house forever, so I don't know how long it's been. I have one right there. And my point is, I'm paying each year for that light. And if there is in fact no debt on this thing, but rather what they're charging is operational costs, and if the people in the special taxing district at this point in time do not object or are in favor of not having the special taxing district, which would I think would be really unbelievable why somebody would want to keep paying when they don't have to. What is the feasibility? Why are we going to spend $50,000 to go find out that you can't do that? Can't legally you find out, your office determine whether we can do away with these tax districts and how much it's going to cost, if anything?
Well, I think that we could definitely, the county should have an accounting, and we can inquire as to what are the costs of operations of the taxing districts. I mean, that's something that we should, maybe Chris has, if he doesn't, we can inquire. But the answer would be to just vote. They would probably ask, I believe, I'd have to check the county code, but ask for a vote of the people to dissolve it.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And then it would be dissolved.
Yeah, so what are we going to spend $50,000 with some consultant to do that?
But Councilman, remember, it's time and materials. If it only takes them a period of time, and it only takes them a period of time.
I'm looking to Black and Veatch bills, so don't.
No, but
the time and material.
Things just don't dissolve. Ordinances have to go in place. BCCs have to approve it. Interlocal agreements have to be put in place. We're going to have to bring forward an ordinance. So there will be a step-by-step process to dissolve a special taxing district and to transfer these, if we choose to do it, transfer the lights to the village.
Yeah.
So all that will be a very detailed process.
So but basically, we could prepare a document, Chad could prepare a document to transfer, they could accept it or reject it, we can go from there too, right?
Well, I think.
You gotta go to the county.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm talking about the county, exactly.
It's not that simple.
There's no advantage to them to have a taxing district. It's a pain in the ass for them.
But there's a process to dissolve a taxing district.
Well,
Pass it on.
okay, keep going, that's obviously.
Okay, what else?
And there's one thing, and I apologize, Chris, we didn't talk about this afternoon when we put it together. There's still, and if you would imagine, if you go to, I guess that would be disappeared on my box screen. To the right of the first green box, there would also be a decision point in there as well, because the final question would be, do we want to retain the lights ourselves and use FPL as our service provider, or do we want to transfer the lights to FPL completely, and that would be the transfer of ownership? So, Chris, there's also another decision point in there as well on that last green arrow that goes out. So those are two more decisions that we can make as we go forward.
So to clarify,
one more
I'm sorry,
decision.
I'm sorry.
But the majority of the expense is actually on the blue line, because that's where the 100K and the 150K is.
Correct.
Right.
That's the design for the replace, or not the new lights.
Right, but that's not including the lights. That's just the engineering.
That is the engineering.
For designing where to put lights up?
I mean, that's what I'm reading, Ed, is that.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading too.
It just sounds like a lot of money. I don't know what the comparables are, so I have no idea. It just that seems like where the bulk of the decision is. It's not the upper blue box, not the green. So,
Are you
No,
thinking of
I'm-
an answer, or is it my turn?
Your turn, baby.
Okay, so I just want to confirm, number one, that if we vote yes on this, we are still not voting on whether or not to transfer ownership of the assets.
Right.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, would you please confirm that FP&L does not have a program under which they would complete at their expense the photometric design?
Yes, I can confirm that. We did meet with FPL. We met with the specialist under the streetlight divisions, and where all these assets will be transferred, it's his division. We asked them specifically if they do not do a photometric study for an entire area. They might come out and do a photometric study of one location. If they had a light there and they had a complaint that it wasn't sufficient in some way or deficient in some way, they would come out and do a photometric study of that one area, but they won't do a full analysis of the island and say,
Okay.
you're deficient here or there,
They made
any
it
place.
pretty clear that they would not.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And just to fully understand the timing here, when we talk about the design to install the streets, like dark cover or standardizing, if we move forward with this and we're transferring this to FPL, we are transferring them a full package of what we want the island to look and feel and the standardization of those lights, or are we then beholden to what they decide they want to do to our island?
Well, that's part of the agreement that we would make a decision on.
We'll
So-
protect that in the
Right,
agreement.
So in essence, there are almost three future decisions. One is, do we want to absorb the special taxing districts? The
got it.
first decision, and that's going to have to be an ordinance, so that'll come in front of council. The second one would be, do we accept the new plan and design for the additional new lights? And that would be the blue arrow down at the bottom.
I got it.
And then the third decision, if the answer is yes to both of those, would be, do we want to put it all together into a package,
And hand
working
it
with
to the
FPL, that sets an agreement, which would be, you have this pole, we'll buy it, we'll upgrade it, we'll put LED into it, and then we'll operate it, maintain it going into the future. That's what we currently believe we're going to go, but we're going to determine how much that's going to cost, whether that's feasible, whether we want to do it, and that'll be the final cost as to whether we want to approve that agreement. So 3 additional opportunities for the council to see this as it goes forward.
But Steve, just a question. Are we coming at just what, if we did move forward with this design, and assuming that the design moved forward, what's the cost of all the lights, the new lights that we have to buy?
We don't know right now.
Okay, but don't you think we should start from the concept of what it's going to cost us at the end result versus spending the money to do the design before we know roughly what the budget would be for the ultimate lights, whether the lights are $1 million or $2 million? I just think it would be good to know what that number looked like before we started spending money on designing things.
They're saying they don't know how many lights we need until we do a study, because you can't have somebody just walking around the street and saying it's dark here, you need a light.
Right,
You
but
have to
once
have
we
a
know
study
how
done.
many lights we have, there's a delta between a type of light, right? There's a
Right.
cost differential between one light and a second light, a different type of
Well,
light.
assuming
or a
we
third-
standardize on something
Right.
that we like.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, is
But
it,
don't we have a rough?
Well, they owe us a 30, 60, 90 design
criteria.
updates as we go through.
Correct.
So, at 30%, they'll have a pretty good understanding of how many lights we need and what that cost estimate would be.
I just think it would be a good idea, prudent idea to know that we should have some general understanding. Do we need 100 lights or do we need 200 lights? And we should know generally what that cost structure would be before we spent money designing something. I'm just thinking we're going at this a little bit.
Well, that's what a 30% planning
But-
design is to.
But so Steve, we have no idea.
The alternative is have somebody walk around at night and see where dark spots are and count the number of dark spots.
Where and
the
how,
light one.
I get it, we don't have an idea of where and how would we get an idea? What would be the process to get the idea?
Was it the
What does that
photometric
cost?
study going to give
It
us
costs,
the-
right? I mean, I'm just trying to walk the dog here, basically, because I hear, and I appreciate that, because obviously we're trying to be responsive with money, but I hear this a lot. It's very expensive. We don't know what it's gonna cost, but I hear staff saying, well, this is what we have to do to find out what's gonna cost. So I appreciate the question, and I understand it's a very important question because we're all very fiscally, responsible for everything, but we have to also understand that there's a process to get to understanding what the cost would be. It's like taking your car to the mechanic and figuring out what the cost is gonna be to repair your engine. You gotta pay him a few $100 to figure.
But you know what a new car costs. But Fernando, no, I mean, this is a good, this is a huge, good conversation, but right now it says the photoelectric study is $1,500,
Right.
$15,000. So
Right.
if at that point, Chris, do we know how many lights that were deficient?
We'll know how many areas were deficient in lighting, correct? But I won't know how many lights until he starts looking at it in his design study.
But can't you make a general, not you, but can't they make a general educated ballpark estimate with the photometric study? So we were only $15,000 into it, and we have an idea if it's gonna be a $5 million project or a $500,000 project?
And that's why I set up the contract as a time and material, so if we get into this and he's 30% into design, he comes back to me and he says, look, I'm looking at this and it's a possibility that we're gonna need 500 lights to throw a number.
Basically, that is a 30% design requirement.
Correct.
Well, there's two ways of looking at it. One way you look at it as government, you spend $360,000, and somebody tell you, gets all done, it's gonna cost you X amount of $1 million. And you look at a developer who's doing a subdivision, and he sends a guy around at night, and he knows that a light covers an area cone of 15 or 20 or 30 or 40 or whatever number of feet is, and he says, okay, well, we're missing one here, and he counts them all up and says, approximately we need 240 lights. Maybe it's 220, maybe it's 260. And then we have some idea for a ballpark price, what Mike was talking about, before you spend $300-some thousand. I think that's what you're talking about, aren't you, Mike?
Councilmember, I think you're missing what the director is saying. This is a time and material. We're going to.
I understand what he's saying.
But we've had a step-by-step process, and this is no different than a developer does this. That they ask someone to do something, they ask them to come back and say, can you do an initial estimate? Can you give me an initial sketch as to where you think your lights are? And what would that cost? And that's exactly what we're doing here.
Guys, when you do that with a contractor, and he comes back and gives you a price, you don't give him $300,000 up front to give him the price.
We're not giving him $300,000. This is time and materials. This is.
I guess, Chris.
I've said enough.
We're just asking for you to all to approve the entire project because this is the estimate to do it. I guess I'm misunderstanding your question, Councilmember.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
So Steve, just maybe make it a little easier. How much money do we have to spend approximately to know how many lights that we are deficient? Do we have an idea of what that is? Because right now it says $15,000 for the photometric study. Do we have to spend another $150,000 to get to the design, to get a number, or not?
Design, Chris?
It's
if it's $50,000, I'll stop talking. But if it's $150,000, we should talk about it.
We have in the packet BCC's proposal. I'm sorry.
I looked for that work order. I couldn't see it. Chris, it wasn't in there.
It doesn't have a cost associated with
I don't.
30%.
His proposal doesn't have pages, but it's fee and billing.
30% design is
30%, yes, 30% design is $47,000. If he takes it to 90%, it's another $50,000 on top of that.
Okay, so for roughly $50,000, we'll know how many lights we
Approximately
need.
how many lights?
65.
Yeah.
15 plus.
Right.
Okay, Ed, 65 grand to know how many lights we need.
Correct.
Well, to know how many lights we
That's
need
what
and
you're
then to
voting
give
on.
you an estimate of
You're
what it
voting
might
on
cost.
360 grand, whatever it is.
It's an amount not to exceed 360,000 because it's time.
Correct.
and
The
material.
entire project, yes.
Okay, but I have a question on the deliverables.
Yes.
The order of the deliverables, okay, number one is the street light ownership. I get that because that's the basis of all this. But why are we, as the second deliverable, doing the financial ownership of the transfer and not doing the photometric analysis until we get to deliverable 4?
They're running concurrently.
Go back to the previous slide.
It just gives you the duration per task.
If you look at this slide, that's the implementation schedule. So the photometric analysis is running pretty much at the same time as almost the 30% design. As that moves forward, then the implementation moves forward, but the due diligence they're looking at and then the analysis of ownership and transfer, that's the first step.
And I would even say we could move the photometric study back
Could-
to the left.
It could
That-
move to the
that's-
left and begin in February.
So,
This timeline, by the way, I apologize, it says January. This was provided to us, but this was from when we first brought this to council back in November.
but the principal goal is to address the deficiency of the lights on the island, correct? Okay. It's not transferring the asset or, and I appreciate that that's it. But the real business decision we have to make is what it's gonna cost us to deal with the deficiency of the light, right, Joe? Is that-
Right,
is that-
right.
That's what our
Right.
I would say that's what our customers are looking to get to, right?
And just give a little bit of background. This has shown up on 2 of the surveys that we have done, and it was a high priority at both times that it came up.
I agree.
People wanted us to address streetlights.
Right, okay, and Nancy's expressed his concern many times about walking in the neighborhood and feeling that it's not safe because there's not appropriate lights. So wouldn't it make sense, Chris, to look at this from a standpoint of what's gonna get us to get a photometric study, basic study, and how many lights we need, so then we can make a business decision on what that's gonna cost the village to provide that lighting, and then we can make that decision. But right now, it seems like we're going through a lot of work not to really address what our constituents are really looking for, which is good lighting on the streets.
Well, we are addressing that, and that is the major component of this. You have 2 major components. You have addressing those deficient area or the dark zones, and looking at how we're gonna brighten those up, bring lighting into them.
But we don't have to do it in the phases of the way. We could start from let's find out what the light deficiency is
Go to the next
Do the
slide.
analysis first.
and do
So
the
you're saying
analysis.
complete the photo,
Well, that's what that is,
the
right? The
photo
Right, but the timeline is confusing there. what you
metric
just
study
had up.
first. That's.
I mean,
you're saying-
I'm not opposed to spending $60,000 to figure out how many lights we need, okay?
Correct.
I think it's a lot of money, but if that's what it costs, that's what it costs. But I would like to know if we have 250 lights and the light costs $50,000 each, which, that's a lot of money. So I would like to know what that number was.
Right.
And I think that's reasonable.
And you'll find that out. So these are parallel efforts here. So there's 2 things that we need to address the lighting deficiency. One is a physical, do we have the lights, do we not have the lights? And that's the photometric study, and do we need to put them in?
Right.
The other one is an operations and maintenance situation where our lights are very, very old, and obviously they continue to get older. And it's also who's responsible to maintain it. Right now in the special taxing district, the money goes to Miami-Dade County and then directly to FPL to maintain it. There is no entity that has a responsibility to push it besides us. And so in essence, we're double paying. This community is double paying for what they do. They pay for the special taxing district, and they pay us, Chris's folks, to go out and do the same thing, because nobody from the special taxing district of the county is coming down and looking at our lights. I will guarantee you there's no one doing that. And then when it goes out, they come to us, the village, to replace it. Sometimes we do it ourselves. Sometimes we go to FPL to do it. And so there's 2 parts. One is the capital part, which is the new lights. The other one is the operations and maintenance
Right.
in order to get better lighting capability.
I just think, Steve, that I understand how this is being presented. I just think it would make more sense to break it out as 2 individual projects, okay? One being what's the cost of the lights deficiency, which you're doing in this scope, but it's being amalgamated as one work order. It's just a little confusing, that's all.
But that's why we put it as a time and material, so we can stop any one of those components at any time. I can
Well,
ask
yeah,
them
but-
to come out and do a photometric study and stop it right there and go, okay, I have my
Except that-
photometric study, I have my data in my hand.
That's
Except that you have the design, 30% design having been completed before the photometric study is
Actually, up
complete.
to 60.
That's what,
According to that timeline was even more.
right.
Now,
That's what I'm
Can you
saying.
go back?
The photometric study is
I mean, you're
is
completing,
going on
you're
through
completing
October.
100% design's done.
Now, the photometric study is all the way from doing the study to the completion of the design. That is
That's what I'm
the-
saying. I think that's maybe what our confusion is.
But that's a full task. But the first part of a photometric study is to go out and do your illumination assessment.
Right.
That has to happen first. You can't do a 30% design unless you know
without
what
the
the
data.
shortfall is.
Right. You need that
Okay,
data.
so if you're
to
telling
start.
us that the photometric study is gonna be
13K plus
completed before the
47K.
design even begins,
They're not
then,
saying
then,
that.
well, that's,
No,
but that's what he.
Yes.
It will, yes.
So that's what he's saying, that's not what's being, but that's not what this
Well, that's a
graphic shows.
But it's a categorical.
Okay, I'm-
Categoric.
For the visual
photographic
guy,
analysis.
Yeah,
it's not what it shows here,
The
Steve,
Gantt
that's all
chart-
we're saying.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
you're telling me that the photometric design is gonna be done before any part of the design, then you're basically giving
So-
council members
It
what
has
they're
to-
asking
It has
for.
to be.
It has to
So
It has to be.
I'm
To kind
clear.
of expand on the bar chart here.
No, it doesn't
So
look
yes, they're doing the photometric study in the beginning, and they're gonna have all the data up in the beginning. As they do their designs, it carries through because they're using that photometric study through the entire design. That's why
To help
you see
design,
it
I
at the
got it.
30, 90,
But you
100.
haven't started designing until
Correct.
that analysis of the
You
photometric.
you can't start it without a photometric
can't
study.
design it.
So
you know.
fix this
Correct.
graphic.
But,
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
little
yeah.
confusing.
yeah, but guys, we're running two simultaneous projects is what you're doing. And you're presenting them as one, which is confusing. So if you would break this out as two separate projects, the photo study is 13 grand. 13K plus the 47K for the 30% design set. That's what it's gonna cost us to know how much money we're gonna have to spend on lights. Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay, then you have another project, which is what it's gonna cost to maintain or transfer the assets and do all this other stuff, and that's gonna cost XYZ amount of money, right?
yes.
So, but we should know those two basic pieces of information about approximately how much it's gonna cost us to understand the asset transfer which is approximately $50,000 based on on the front slide, right? So it's
Yes.
50K to understand whether we can actually even do this transfer or not, correct? And then about 65K to find out how many lights we need with
Correct.
a basic design.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the decision we have to make.
And that's, if you go to the next slide, first slide right before it. I
Excuse
guess
me,
that's what
one last,
that's what we're trying to show right there.
Yeah.
one last thing. If we were to call FPNL tomorrow and say to them, listen, go put a light in every dark spot on Village of Key Biscayne, could they do that for us?
No,
They wouldn't put any lights up?
no,
They
not
wouldn't
if you
sell us
told them like
lights?
that.
What?
Not telling them like that. Go
Well,
put a light in every dark spot. They would come and tell you, you need to bring us, they would tell you, you need to bring us the photometric study that shows where and tell us exactly where you want those lights
But
placed.
you
So
said they
you need to
also
do the
do
design for
individual
it.
photometric studies. If the place is dark, you have a problem. So we have a problem all over the island.
You're
It would-
taking
I
that
think- I
way
think
out
we're-
of proportion.
But I think I think there's a good point here. I think what we're missing, you provided the solution or a diagram to get to a solution, but I think you should walk people to how the problem is. How can you get FPNL to put up lights? What steps you have to go through? And what are the bureaucratic constraints that you have for that? So people can understand that. You don't have that. And I think that that's important. You come in with a great solution, but people are asking how much is it gonna cost, but people don't have a real sense of of the effort that it takes for this to happen. And
Correct.
perhaps maybe explaining that a little bit better would help, don't you think?
So to go down that road, if you wanted a light.
Yeah.
And you called FPL and you said, I want a light. As a municipality, I have an area that needs lighting. FPL is gonna tell you, you need to bring us the information of where these lights are gonna go, where you want these lights.
Okay.
Then they're gonna go look and say, do we have power? Don't we have power? We need to draw power. Tell us where we're getting the power. So you're gonna have to come up with a design, give it to them, and tell them, we wanna cover this entire area. It's not a matter of walking out and saying, oh, this is dark. It doesn't exactly work that way. How far these lights are spaced, it's more than just, this is a dark spot. It's, do I get from here to there? Do I get from there to there? Is it covering enough of the area? That's where the photometric
I
study
understand
comes
that.
in. I know you understand that part.
And listen, I believe we're gonna have lights because the people of Key Biscayne have just as much right to have a street light as a storm sewer, as a road or anything else. So whether it's gonna cost us, Mike, in all due respect, whether it's gonna cost us $100,000 or $1 million or whatever it's gonna cost us, we can't basically do all these other things. Maybe we can't have to do it for stages, we can't afford it.
Right.
But the people that's, you say one of the priority items, it's gonna be done and it should be done. And, you know, we tell people walk and everything else, but don't tell them to walk down dark streets. So, you know, I don't think there's a question, you know, we want to know how much it's gonna cost, but no matter what it's gonna cost, we gotta do it. Maybe we'll have alternative different ways, whether it's a fancy light pole, not such a fancy light pole, you know, whether it's this kind of light or that kind of light. But we're gonna have to do something one way or the other. Just a question of when and how much, but we gotta do it.
We got to budget it and tell people what it's
Well,
going
I'm
to
not
cost.
saying we're not gonna budget it, but
Streamline the process, how do we streamline the money?
I'm just saying, to me, these engineering things is what bothers me, not spending the millions of dollars for the lights.
And yes, this is a multifaceted project where we are looking at not only the dark spots and where we need to add these lights, but we're also looking at all these special taxing districts and how to take them over so that we have one complete coverage of the entire island, all under one umbrella. So yes, it's multiple projects, but we're trying to get them all under one umbrella.
In the end, I think there's three things we're trying to do. One, we're trying to fill the gaps, which I think is laudable. That's the big one. That's easy. The two is we're trying to gain control of lights so that we can control their destiny going into the future. And then three, we're then going to find out what is the best operations and maintenance structure that we want to put ourselves in. So I think if you really just would, summarize it, those are the three big things that we're trying to do. And each one of them are going to operate separately, but to separate it and have different people do it would then come up with a disconnected, fragmented approach. Because in the end, they all have to come together. And then we have to have a single way in which we've structured how we operate our lights. Right now, we have 4 different taxing districts. We own lights that we maintain. The county own lights as well, but that's not going to change because
The lights are different, we got spots.
But we want to make it to where we have a single way that we maintain our lights.
Okay, folks, we got a long way to go here. Yeah, so,
As long as you have to come back to council before we make a decision on what we're doing, on transfer of ownership, I don't think
Yes.
anyone here has.
That's the only thing
That's
should be
it's in the middle. The ordinances would have to come back to the council for transference and ownership.
There's 3
And the
steps on
agreements.
here we'll have to come back to.
Correct.
okay. Resolution 10D.
There were no amendments. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, opposed?
opposed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
His ayes are nays. Good.
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to Black and Veatch Corporation for program management, delivery, and pre-construction services for the Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program, RAP, in an amount not to exceed $308,532 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, question, Roland, the program management function for the $188,000, is there any detail on that at all? Because I looked for it in the scope of work, I looked at it in the back page, I looked for it in the work order. I know it says, there's a laundry list of stuff for $186,000.
There is a description on page 2, task 1.1, program management, that describes
But it
various
doesn't have-
elements
It doesn't have a breakout
as,
of that 186.
actually,
Even if you
there
go to the
is,
back tab.
there
there's no
is
breakout.
there is a breakdown of every task and subtask on page 10 that shows the hourly rates, the hours, and then the total budget for that particular line item.
All the blue, right, which is really difficult to read if you got the one that looks like I got. The ones in light blue, rolling on this chart right here.
Yeah, I see it.
These light blue ones right up here,
Top
that makes
nine.
up the 186, correct?
The top 9. Yes.
Mike?
Yeah, the blue part,
Correct.
the light
You
blue.
can make it big, look at that. So, Mike, walk us through a little bit about what that
No, I
program
know.
management means. It's a big number, and it's kind of I'd like a little bit more detail if you could, please. Thank you.
Absolutely, and Mr. Mayor, Councilman, always a pleasure, glad to be up here. And thank you for taking the time to review this. Yeah, so the program management is all of your monitoring, control, and reporting. I know we consolidated the specific tasks because the specific tasks are literally scheduling, budgets, facilitating stakeholders for all 7 active projects that are in the resilience program right now. It's the coordination, the sync meetings. It's making sure village staff is managing the tasks that are directed towards village staff. It's updating some of the communication tools. It's maintaining the document control. It's relaying all of that information and coordinating together. So it is a bit of a catch-all for all of the things that I do on a weekly basis. If you look at the hours, I think for me, it's about 32 hours a month. So it's me being dedicated to the village about 1 day a week, which is spread over 5 days. I have multiple meetings throughout the year with everybody regarding the resilience program.
So Mike, this is just more about meetings. So this is about you coordinating with things like FPL, coordinating with AT&T, coordinating with Comcast, WASD, coordinating with, all these different entities that are integrated into the projects. Right? I mean,
Yes.
It's just not like, clarify what it is. It's not just you sitting on your butt doing meetings.
No, and it's exactly, so
Well,
it's,
there's the people on your team, so, I mean, you have 100, that doesn't add up to 186,000 your billable hours, so there's other people within the network that are adding to that.
Correct.
So, right.
So we have engineering managers, we have project support, we have our WASD support, we have our telecommunications support, our utility underground support. They're all involved in that as well.
These are the guys who do cost estimates. These are the guys who do technical analysis.
We have design oversight, we have QAQC, so construction, constructability,
Budgeting.
procurement. So when we're looking at
But
going through.
we're on hold currently for the current undergrounding project, the current stormwater project is effectively on hold, right? So what would you be doing on that project right now?
For Zone 1?
Yeah.
For AECom? Well, currently, that's correct. We do not have any active work order for the Zone 1 AECom project.
Okay, but-
So we don't have anything that we're doing today.
Right.
What work still has to be done for that? So, right, there is still some water and sewer coordination that AECom is doing. So we're not actively engaged with them, but I know that's still outstanding. Comcast, as of last week, because I did see an email, has not delivered their final extension for Zone 1, because remember, we extended just the undergrounding portion of Zone 1. So that still needs to be received and consolidated into the overall design. We still have some funding
But
that
this
goes together.
this is primarily not Zone 1 related.
No, I think there's 5% of the entire
Yeah.
total time allotment, 6% would be allotted towards the Zone 1 continuation, which would be,
Mike,
if that decision went
Michael, the
forward.
reason why I'm asking the question is because it's right on the list of stuff that's being procured. So it's, it's Garden District Zone 8,
Yes.
Alternative Stormwater, Zone 1, Integrated Stormwater Plan.
But
That's-
all of that needs to be touched still, moving forward, because you still can't just let it sit, because if you let it sit, then if that decision does come up, then it'll be completely,
It has to be ready to launch.
right. We want to make sure that it's still viable.
And it's 98.
And same thing with Garden District, that's being done through a benefit cost analysis right now with HMGP. So we assist with your staff to make sure those numbers are correct.
Are you on construction oversight on that?
Well, construction will not begin until HMGP allows for the design to be approved. But then we would be following up with procuring a contractor for construction and moving forward. So that would be the next step would be procuring a construction contractor. But right now, we're still going back and forth with FDEP and making sure that it gets approved.
Are these fees included in our understanding or the estimate that we got of what this the Garden District project is going to cost the village? Or is this in addition to that? I don't know if you know the answer to that.
What's that, Nancy? What's your question?
No, she's asking if
These
if
fees
whether
are not
the-
included in the Garden District.
I'm sorry?
These fees are not included in the Garden District budget. No.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Garden District project and that it's, if I'm correct, 90% funded and then we have to just make up the 10% difference, these charges that we're paying to Black and Veatch for participation in that project are in addition to the 10%. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you had us for construction management during the construction of the Garden District, which is in the contingent services, not included in this work order, and that might be a year from now, so we're not as
Right.
concerned about that right now. But those fees would presumably be part
Correct.
of
So with the Garden District budget, we have different line items for CEI, construction management. And if we get that construction budget approved, then we can procure a contractor or vendor like Black and Veatch to do that work within that budget. So that would be reimbursable. The work they're doing under this work order, though, is pre that agreement with the state. So this particular work order is in addition to the construction dollars for Garden District.
Okay.
One last question. The original, the funding source on funding sources says line item budget was 308.53. So 352,000. So we're $80,000 over that number. Where's that number? Where's that going to come from?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you look on page 4. It says funding sources, GL code 301-41531-31155. That's this is 308, right? This work order is not for 308.
This work order is for $308,500.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it was 380. Apologize.
308,
That's me. Made a mistake. Excuse me.
Okay.
Question.
And it is time and material, and just for the record, we did come in, I think, $50,000 under the previous work order, and we extended it 2 months, so.
My question is, who are you going to bill tonight for your time?
Tonight is.
Which job are you going to bill tonight? $1,000 for being here tonight. Which job do you bill for that tonight? In other words, does that go to the alternate plan? Does it go to Zone 1, ACOM?
He's not billing us for tonight.
Sorry?
He's not billing us for tonight.
We have a.
This is
He comes for free?
Yeah.
For business development
It's a
office.
business
this is on their
development.
dime. This is not.
Okay,
on
then,
our-
This is overhead.
For tonight, yes.
normally, what my question is, how do you determine when you come here, who you're billing? That's all. In other words, you're doing all these various projects, all these various things. How do you allocate the cost between the various tasks, for lack of a better word, that you work on?
So if I was coming
That's
to
my
next
question.
month's council meeting, or let's just say the council, one of the multiple council workshops, those council workshops would either be part of that program management task, or if it's a specific for utility undergrounding, it would be under that utility undergrounding budget, or if it was for the alternative.
But in other words,
stormwater, it
it's
would be
in
for that
here.
budget. Yes.
It's in the 308.
So and those
No, I'm
hours
just
are
asking you how,
fungible, but.
how is it determined for which different task it happens? I mean, he might come here and sit their whole meeting and say nothing, which is fine, there's nothing to say, but we're gonna cost us $800, $900 for him to do that. Which task does that get allocated to? That's all I'm asking. How do you determine which task your time gets allocated to? Normally, that's all I'm saying to you. You follow me,
Not to
Joe?
speak for you, but it's based on the work that he's doing. So if
That's
it's
not-
more associated with program management, it would go under that task. If it's more associated with the
I'm
alternatives
saying when he
analysis, it goes
comes
under
to a
that task.
meeting, Roland,
Yeah.
and nothing happens, he's here, he's gonna get paid for his time. How do we allocate the thing between different tasks? That's all.
So Councilman,
But it's
I guess
already here.
two items on that is, one, if I go to a meeting and I don't say anything to that meeting, I'm going to adjust my time appropriately. But there's also the information that I'm gathering from that meeting that then I later use to speak with, let's just say, for the alternative stormwater, with the engineer as we do oversight for the engineer, right? So So that's still a valuable part of the time.
Don't get me
Secondly,
wrong, I'm not saying you shouldn't get paid for
we
your time.
provide our
You should
time
get paid for
sheets
your
and our
time.
invoices on a monthly basis to be reviewed by village staff. So if there's something that looks out of whack, then we would obviously have that discussion and we can revise it before it.
No, he's not saying that there's anything out of whack. He's just saying that
How do you, how do we, I mean, obviously I'm concerned when I'm looking at the alternate bids, not the alternate bids, the alternate costs for Black and Veatch so far, which you're charging to the alternate plan. You charge $11,000 before, I guess, October 1st. So from October 31st, you charge another $8,000. As of the end of the thing, you have $28,000 left from November 1st on, and I think it ends somewhere around April. But based on what you're spending so far, it doesn't look like that money is going to go that far. So that's where my concern is, so you understand. Does anybody understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I do.
Because the council approved, I think, 49,777, I think, was your contract for that. And I'm telling you what you spent so far, what's left as of November 1st, excuse me. And my question is based on the way the money was being spent to this date, will that last for the end of the thing? Or what do we have to do at this point? That's where I'm coming from. Or you're going to come back and say, it's not enough. Although I thought it was too much to start with. That's where I'm going.
this,
Going to give them more money.
Well,
this contract goes for 12 months.
but this is not for that phase, is it? That's specifically.
Comparing zone one design options, no, but this is,
No, they
this
have a
has some
specific thing.
alternative analysis plan. There's some of them.
They have
Yeah,
it, that's
that's-
4977. Is that included in this?
On the GIT.
Yeah. Is that included in this?
Yeah, it's part of it. It says. it's-
No, no. Oh, that was separate.
But that's what we're
You know,
going
that's
to
what I'm
be
saying.
dedicated towards
It's
alternative.
not.
And then
And
this
if you
will be
recall, in the
dedicated
last
to
ad
items.
hoc committee meeting, you all gave us the approval to go ahead and create a separate work order with Black.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's
Okay,
where I'm coming
understood.
from, Steve.
So that work order,
So my
yes.
question is, it doesn't appear to me, based on your initial thing of the 49,977 or what the hell it was, dollars for the alternate, based on the way the money is being expended, that there's enough money left going at that rate to finish the thing in April. That's where I'm coming from.
No, we just started on that work order as of December 20th.
No, you build, no. That work order you build before October, $11,000. In October, you built $8,000. I've seen the invoice, $8,000. You have $28,000 left.
No, Councilman.
Okay.
That's a different
Benjamin's
work order.
here.
So that would have been on the previous work order.
That was on the previous work order.
Yes, that was the previous work order.
But like you applied that to the 49,000. Believe me, I saw your invoice.
No, Councilman.
Listen, I have my glasses. I read it. I'm brain dead. My memory's really bad. When it comes to numbers and money, I remember everything, okay? And believe me, it was 49,000.
The current work order, I believe it's 5A is 49,000, but we haven't invoiced anything on that.
49,777.
Yes.
Okay. And you have 28,000 and change left. You
No.
built, you got your last bill, which is due this month, is $8,000 and change. Believe me, I read the whole thing. And you have all this money that you said before, which said it's not part of the work order, but you charge us for it. I saw it.
No, our last invoice,
It's
last invoice for
$8,000.
November is, I believe, submitted today, and that was for work order 4.
Well, the last thing I saw was through October 31st.
How about if we do this, Councilmember? Mike, will you be with us all the way through the end of the GIT project without charging us more money?
Yes, unless there's additional scope.
No.
And my job is to manage our budget.
The answer is going to be yes.
You ask him to do more things.
Well, I didn't ask him to do anything, really.
Okay, but
I'm not asking him to do anything.
But that's how it works. You ask him for more, you got to charge
I'm
more.
not asking him to do anything.
But that's all it is talking about here, Ed.
I understand that. Believe me, I'm not going to ask him for anything. If what we've asked you to date, is that better, Joe? What we've contracted to date, not changing anything. Answer Steve that no matter how much more time or effort you're going to spend, you're not going to charge us more than that. Is that correct?
That's what he just said.
I'm not sure he just said
For
that.
the alternative analysis, we have a scope of $49,000, and that's what I'm spending for that scope.
No matter what.
And we just.
No matter whether we don't change it.
I can't say that, yeah, but.
And we just today issued that or submitted that purchase order request in the system, so he hasn't even gotten that to be able to bill to it. I couldn't sign off an invoice of his against that. I don't have a PO in hand.
I saw your initials.
All right. On the matter before us.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Nay. What am I supposed to say?
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
10F.
A capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of upgrades to the Village Community Center closed-circuit television system security system from ER Tech Systems Incorporated, doing business as Broadcast Systems, in an amount not to exceed $42,108.74, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Questions have been moved,
And the second?
Second.
Thank you.
moved and seconded.
Any bids on this?
Alex, question for you.
We're already halfway through it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
The question is, was there, this project was bid out or not?
Yeah, so on phase one of the project, we went out for bids. We got 3 competitor quotes. This was a selective vendor.
Fine.
Okay.
My questions are done.
Okay. Well, I have you up there. I know it's not the scope of this, but could any of this be helpful that if we ever want to go forward with doing the ability to televise in that upper room at the community center, could this be any help for that or not?
No, this is a separate project. This is
Separate
just
project?
security camera systems.
Yeah.
That's a separate project itself.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, that project's moving forward separately, but
Okay.
this is just intent if the security cameras, that's it.
Because, yeah, when we do stuff over there, nobody can see it. It's difficult, so that would be great that we could have that other option. Okay, any questions on 10F?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's go to mayor and council real quick here, because
We added some things, huh?
a lot of people added a lot of stuff, so.
Potential for recreational space at Presbyterian Church and possible improvements. Mayor Roscoe,
Okay.
your item.
So I put this on there is to see if the council wants to give the manager direction to look at that a little bit further. And there's the issue of a bathroom. And the Presbyterian Church has a bathroom out there that could be, that it already exists, that maybe we could convert that. So I'd like to see if we can, authorize the manager to start those conversations, see what the possibility is of eking out some recreational space and to see if it's possible to do the bathroom. And it's not an easy thing. It's complicated because you have to figure out, who's gonna own it and who's gonna operate it and who's gonna clean it and all that stuff. But based on, we were there for an opening. Were you there?
No.
But it's those people are moving. They're up to second grade and they're going to continue going up. So might be a good thing.
Sounds good to me.
We've been trying to get this done for a very long time.
Well, they've changed.
And,
There's
very
new
much,
ownership.
very much like St. Agnes.
But it's new ownership.
It's new ownership.
Yeah, I think there's.
If it's possible to align something along the line of Bayfront access, because they've got that little area behind, which is very nice, with the ballpark, that would be nice.
Well, you know where they built that Cheeky Hut?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're facing that way to the right, there's some space there that they're really not using, and up to where the basketball courts. So, maybe we could get, girls volleyball in there or.
Maybe get a beachfront park there.
Well, that would be the ideal.
And before, when we talked to them and everything else, and we volunteered because it needs a lot of improvements and everything else, and back and forth, I didn't want to do it, but again, the things have changed there twice since then.
Yeah.
So I think maybe Steve want to even talk about a beachfront park. Talk us, whatever you can do, just talk to him and see what
Yeah.
we can get out of him.
Bayfront
That might be interesting to both of us.
Yep,
Because
yep,
it might be a great opportunity. It's the best piece of land on Key Biscayne available.
absolutely.
So I
Then
think we should go
one
forward.
one other idea that was trying to gain traction a long time ago was if Presbyterian Church North part could be secured, could it be aligned in better space planning with St. Agnes Field? Remove the fence. Remove the fence and make a better use of a kind of a unified tract that included Presbyterian and St. Agnes both.
Yeah, we'll have to get the Presbyterians and Catholics together on that one, but yes, yeah, I think there's some space in that parking lot that I think we could discuss
Yeah.
with the church.
Yeah, I think they want, I think the board also wants you to look at the big picture, but also the smaller pieces. Okay, that's direction. On the next item, Mr. Miranda, I'm getting very impatient about Harbor Drive.
Moving right along.
Mayor, I apologize on behalf of Miami-Dade County's review, Public Works Review. They have our plans. They are reviewing them. We just submitted new comments back to them, and we're waiting for them to give them back to us.
Okay, give me a timeline.
Well, we're meeting with Miguel Soria tomorrow. Why don't we give him a timeline after that? Can we do that,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
We're
Can
meeting-
you can you get Commissioner Regalado involved in this?
Well,
This-
let's hear what he has.
This
to
is
say.
obscene that it's taken so long.
I completely agree, which is why we're meeting with him tomorrow. And if we don't get an adequate answer tomorrow, I'll inform you, and then if we need to go to Commissioner Regalado, we will. So this is taking a long time.
Yeah,
Yes.
I get beat up on this all the time. It's
Yeah.
just-
But I mean, Chris can't say any more than he's saying now. Miguel's gonna.
Okay,
tell us tomorrow.
so
I guess.
be things as they may, okay? What are the steps involved to get to getting that roadway built?
Once the county approves the designs, we take that back to them, to the full commission for approval of the joint partnership agreement, which is the funding for the project. So once we have that in place, and they also have to approve our bidding process, so we'll present that to them. They'll approve all that, and then we can put the project out on the street. We, on our side, are pretty much ready to go. We just need
March,
their approval.
April, May,
Um,
June, July?
The very latest, I would think, would be no later than June. But we have to go to the commission to get
Okay,
their approval.
so now, the plans are in their hands. They are reviewing them. They haven't given you a final okay. Once they give you a final okay, you gotta go to the BCC?
Yes, for the joint partnership agreement to be approved by them.
Okay, so not because of anything technical, but because,
That's the agreement, the grant money, the joint partnership agreement money to be approved.
okay.
And then we'll have to confirm it with council.
And that is in the order of how much?
1.9 million dollars.
1.9, so it's taken us forever, but it's 1.9 million of somebody else's money that we're gonna use.
Correct.
To
Then you
fix.
put out the bid after that,
Correct.
and then, I guess, what's the time frame to complete the project at that point? Just approximate.
Yeah.
Ballpark.
The project approximately is a 9-month project.
Okay, thank you. After the put out the bid?
After the notice to proceed is issued. So once we issue that notice to proceed to the contractor, approximately 9
9
months. Yes.
So then you can put it all together, Joe, and figure it out.
All right.
I heard that.
2027.
Let's do Nancy soccer.
The next item was well, are you,
No, let me do it this way, yeah.
okay.
Soccer?
Soccer program structure, tasking the advisory board.
Okay.
As we all know, there have been lots of there have been issues that have arisen throughout the year and last year, actually, with the soccer program. And I think right now, because the current contract is up in August, if I'm not sure, or September, if we want to make any changes at all, the time to think about that and start the process would be now. So I would like to task the Athletic Advisory Board with reviewing the structure of their program right now and seeing if they want to make any, if they would advise that any changes be made in the structure of the program and report back to us at the next council meeting so that we can decide whether we want to make any changes.
Yeah, I think my item was similar, or maybe adds on to that. I wanted to confirm when is the contract over and when is the right time to put these changes in the contract so that the RFP goes out and the bid goes out to would-be bidders. Maybe Todd, if you can just kind of walk us through the process, the time frame, the timelines that are required.
There are different, just to give a little background, there are different ideas out there floating
Sure.
around about, and one of the ideas, and it hasn't been discussed yet, but one of the ideas is to keep the current subcontractor doing the club level and giving the intramural to another service provider. That would be one way of handling it so that people could decide how they want to go. Another idea would be to have someone do the intramural level and to have, like Pinecrest does, who has more space than we do, let other service providers offer club level, and that the parents who want to put their kids in that level have their own agreements with these people and let them rent out like independent contractor space and have their programs independent of the village. So, and there's a whole discussion that could be had about that, but I think that it should go through the Athletic Advisory Board first and let them come to us with what they think.
But Nancy, that's not a contract modification, that's an entire
I'm not talking about a contract, I'm talking about a modification
Scope.
of the whole structure of the program.
Right.
Right now, we have one subcontractor who's doing the whole program. And I think that there should be a discussion about whether or not that's a good way to go.
And you want the advisory board to give you that
Yeah,
information
I want
right-
them to explore it.
Yeah,
And
I-
they can have meetings and have the public come and see if they can get some consensus about what,
I can support that.
Do other sports fall within the same ambit of analysis?
we don't have one subcontractor who's doing a whole other program that's really out of the village's control. He's running the whole program. And
Does this ultimately go to the question of whether what we call a rec league ought to be separate and apart from a competitive travel league? Yeah, that's where this goes.
It's not just a travel league, it's an elite, it's an academy level. You know, and all I can compare it to is when you want to learn tennis, you go and you take a tennis class with a clinic or something. But if you want your child to become a professional tennis player, you send him to Bollettieri, right? Or the same with hockey and the same with others. And that's the way it's been with soccer here for many years until relatively recently. And everyone has their own approach. My own feeling is that philosophically, the village is responsible for providing intramural level for everybody. And if parents choose to have their children to go to the academy level and that higher level, they should
But
have.
at the basis, I think the discussion is
Absolutely.
we should have the athletic board kind
Should-
of look at this and explore this, and I think they have been exploring it, and they have been looking at it, and and I wanted Todd to kind of help us understand the process today. When is the right time to do that in order to capture what we're looking at, so that we can do it in time for this bidding process or this RFP process?
Previously, we've timed it to start in September with the goal of awarding in December and having whichever organization is selected to be on board in March and prepared to do tryouts in May. So they're setting the team for
But that's for club level, isn't it? I mean, why would you do tryouts in May for intramural for the next season?
right now it's combined, so that's why it
Right.
has to follow this timeline. Intramural has multiple seasons. But in my tenure, we've always had somebody managing the soccer program, not the village. Different groups, different people, but it's never been run by the village directly. But we're open to suggestions, we're open to improvements, and we're open to feedback, and I'll get with the Athletics Advisory Board. We're working to schedule their next meeting, and I'll add this to their agenda if that's the direction of council. And we'll get their feedback, and they will advise the council, as is their mission.
And can you confirm when the contract is up?
September.
It is, this one.
It's not up, the renewal
up for
period.
renewal.
Right.
The
So if
renewal
we don't
period.
do- If nothing is done, it would be up for renewal. There wouldn't be an alternative really, right?
Exactly.
There wouldn't be
Right,
time
that's-
for this
that's-
one-year renewal.
What we do is we do an evaluation internally of every contract when it comes up for renewal.
And I think what's important, Todd, if you could, and you just mentioned it before, is because the way in which the seasons, because we have multiple seasons, go, there could be, a way that we would go from month to month, is that the current contractor would be continuing to go, and if we choose to go in a different direction, we would overlap, and that's what we've done previously. What we don't want is we don't want a break in service, right? Because you don't want, there's just not a point in time you can say, stop, and someone else takes over.
Right, but there
needs to
is,
be an overlap.
but there is the beginning of the school year. So from an intramural standpoint, I may be wrong, but it seems to me that from an intramural standpoint, people come back from summer, they start school, they start soccer. And if there's going to be change in any of it, that would be a good time to make that change as to that level.
But like
And
we
I-
said, it's like a
It's combined
60-40 split combined, and that wouldn't work for the 60%. It would obviously work for the 40, but it wouldn't work for the 60. So that would have to be factored into however we proceeded.
So I think this is why we
And
need
this
to hear what the
combined
VAC
structure,
has to
does,
say.
Yeah.
sorry, does this combined structure cause the intramural to also operate practically 13 months out of the year?
They have seasons and we do have other programs that operate as long as they do and have elite groups. Field hockey is an elite program that has kids go off to college and they
But they don't have both combined?
do.
Combined, meaning intramural and elite?
They do all ages for the same duration, and it's a great program. Florencia does a great field hockey program, and it's well received. But like I said, we're open to the suggestions of this body and the Athletics Advisory Board.
I think it's important that for the advisory board to have the support of our communications department to make sure that the public knows that they should come and weigh into the meeting so they can have a very full discussion.
We'll encourage people to attend.
There's one other thing I'd like to suggest. Just because I read the newspapers, they're having the same discussion in Rhode Island, in New Jersey, in California, and in different places. And they're struggling with the same fulcrum between, relaxed recreation and high-achieving athletics at a competitive level. My impression is that municipalities and counties are making these decisions in real time and tending to maintain status quo, but I'm not sure that that's right. I mentioned this, maybe you could do a little research, and we can take into account what other people are thinking and why they're making the decisions they're making.
I mean, I think to what Nancy stated here earlier, we do have some geographic issues that make it more challenging for parents to opt for different options. If you're in
Well, it's
Pinecrest,
inconvenient.
yes, if you're in Pinecrest, there's a lot of regional options that could provide you different levels of service. Where in Key Biscayne, we know most of our residents would prefer to have their needs met here in Key Biscayne, if at all possible. That's not always gonna be possible,
Right.
but that's the desire of our population.
I think the basic
roughly
question
how
was
many
asked.
Wait. Mike was
Just,
not.
excuse me for just 1 second. How many children are we talking about roughly?
1,050.
1,050. Compared to all the other sports that we provide, what's the next closest one? As far as population?
Volleyball's in the 250, 220.
So this is astronomically bigger than all the other
Yeah.
ones.
Absolutely.
Ed, you were going to
Yeah,
say?
to me, I think it really comes down to what is the village's role? As I think you brought up, is it intramural? Or is it academy level? What should we provide? Or should we provide everything? And I think that's the decision the council makes, and you go from there. And that's the main thing, and I guess you might need more information in order to determine how you can separate that, or you can't separate it, why it makes sense to combine it. Again, I don't know the answers, but I think these are the questions, and I think they're the questions that
I think
have
there's
to be
pros
answered
and cons to
in order to make a decision.
all formats.
And then,
I
Todd,
would-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You also have the whole issue, just the fact that we have two fields, basically, right? So we'd have to program the elite kids into our fields if we choose to provide that program. Is that what you're saying?
If the model that you were kind of referring to where other entities, multiple other entries, yes, that would be a scheduling challenge because that you would have to be constantly evaluating how many students have enrolled versus them versus the other group to see who gets the allocation per capita. Because you don't want to say, hey, this group, we're going to give you the Village Green North and you get the Village Green South, but then you have 100 kids and you have 500 kids. That doesn't,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know.
But preliminarily, Mike, it could be just a bifurcation with maybe we have our current operator do all the club level as he's doing now, but not do the intramural. And there's a lot involved in this more than just numbers of players. There's community spirit, there's division that's being caused, there's feelings all over the place on both sides.
I agree. I just thinking logistically, the challenge is a lot of
There's-
just the resource of the field becomes real.
There's significant logistical challenges. Some of the kids that were here before you tonight
Yeah.
were in intramural for a while, and then a coach said, you know what, you've gotten to a level, I think you're ready to move up. And since it's an internal program, they just pass them on
But
up.
they could do that anyway. I mean, it doesn't mean they couldn't do it. We've done that. We've had so many soccer players come out of this island and we didn't have the club level on the island over the years. So I'm not saying it would be easy. I'm just saying it is doable. It is doable.
I will put my 2 cents worth in. I'm all for looking at this very closely. I don't think it's going to be solved that quickly. I think that this is a very complex issue. I don't think that we'll be ready for, what is it, September? To say yes or no?
I mean,
But I think the ask for the September is at the very least to have the VAB look at the changes.
Oh,
the
I know,
amendments
yeah,
that were
but I'm saying,
recommended
I think
for
that
the
the
contract.
VAB is gonna have to think about it long and hard. They're gonna have to look at all these options, the issues that Mike was just mentioning, the issues that Nancy was mentioning. So let's try to be realistic, you know, I think it's a worthwhile goal to start, but I think this is a major undertaking, and it's gonna probably take us more time than we think.
So can we give
Direction?
a direction and give maybe 3 months? Give some kind of time limit so they
Okay,
come back with
okay.
a report and have the opportunity to have many meetings with
Yes.
different people and
Yes,
workshops and.
Yep, okay, I like that idea, cause, yeah, let's be realistic.
It'd be
And
good
the
to have
means-
not just a recommendation, but a rationale for the recommendation. Sure. Pros and cons.
That's right.
Mr. Mayor, are we giving the task to the VAB or are we giving the task to the administration?
Well, I think it's gotta be a dual thing, because you just can't be absent from it either, you know, but it's directed to the VAB, okay? But you all have to weigh in.
We'll fully support it, no,
Yeah,
without a doubt,
yeah.
but I just want to make sure, you know, is it their ultimate responsibility? We provide obviously the.
No, I think it's their ultimate responsibility to come back with some rationale
Oh,
as to.
that's what I'm asking, yes, sir.
Yeah, and then you guys can evaluate it and, you know, say your piece on it too.
Yeah, we'll move along.
When it
with
comes to council, yeah.
Okay, I think we're clear.
Can we just bifurcate two? One is the grand plan, right? The other one is to, at the minimum, review the language that we deferred today.
No, we're already doing,
I just
Oh.
want to make sure that it's clear that it's two different
right,
parts, right?
right. Two assignments.
Yes,
Is there-
correct.
I mean, just generally while we're here, I thought the language was pretty good. Does anybody have serious
But the
questions?
advisory board.
I'm not in it
No,
day to day.
no, that's not. I'm just saying after reading it.
It looked good.
It addressed a lot of the
I
concerns.
I'll tell you what, I'll
I
tell you
might
what.
suggest that it does address many things, but I'm not in the
No,
day
I'm
to day in the
just-
VAB.
One of the shortcomings of it is everything was self-analysis and evaluation by the operator.
Yeah.
And even the review committee for complaints was going to be composed of people that he selected.
That's right.
So I'm not sure where the
There's not a
the
big
balance comes in.
not an
there.
audit.
Not an audit.
Right, and I don't know, I'm just saying those are my,
Well, here's a
Quick
devil's advocate observation. My first reading, I thought it crept surprisingly into what I consider to be traditional coach discretion. We played sports. I never heard of anything like what I read in that thing today.
that's why those things came up, because there were problems.
So the question of whether there were problems or allegations of problems is also a question. And the idea of reacting to, I don't know what you would call it, a witch hunt, let's say, just for sake of, that may be germane. That was my first reading.
For the record, Frank, just, the complaints weren't limited to one person.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I mean, we're not an adjudicative body here on that. There are questions. I don't know the truth underneath all of those questions.
Okay,
The main question, what is our responsibility and to whom? Intramural Academy, that's all. Or both.
Todd, just because I'd like to know how much the math is, what is the total budget for this program?
Over $1 million.
Over $1 million. Okay, so this is a big,
But that doesn't come to us, we don't,
how much does the village contribute?
Nothing. They contribute to the village in addition, in excess of 200,000.
there's been no, what do you call it?
We, the village, do
Not
not,
accounting, but what do you call it, the word?
No, okay. I think there is accounting. They have a software system where they run their operation. I have administration access to it. I can monitor everything they do, all their communications, all their financial transactions. They make a current 10% contribution.
Audit is the word, I'm sorry.
audit is the word, yeah.
That's our last contract, Mike.
okay, so just make sure I clearly understand. We as the village do not contribute any money to the program. Is that the answer? Yes or no?
We facilitate resources, but not financial.
Okay, so we provide the field.
Sir.
And we maintain the field.
And we maintain the field.
Okay. Outside of that, and your time and energy and the staff's energy, there's no direct
No, sir.
cost.
That's important, yeah.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, so, and part of what comes back to us, council member, is we get a 10% maintenance, field maintenance back to us with the ability to go to 15% after second year, right?
On gross revenue?
Yes.
Yes.
But I'm getting, just so you know, I'm getting complaints about the fees being charged and how things are going, and it's, people have questions, and we don't have answers because we're not running that program. And you may have access, but there hasn't been.
The fees went to the advisory board. The fees did go to the advisory board. They do annually. And I'm not saying that there's not issues with the fees, but I'm saying there was a public process for the fees. I just want to make sure that's
Do
reflected.
you get a P&L on this thing?
Yes.
So you know exactly what they charge, what their expenses
They
are,
gave
and what
their,
their net profit is.
they presented their entire budget to the athletics
I
advisory
didn't see
board.
the budget.
Was that expense just passed down to the
Yeah,
resident?
it's never been audited.
If it wasn't passed on to the resident, they weren't doing a good job. If they had 10% fat in their program and they could absorb a 10% increase in cost, then I would be alarmed.
I guess the question is, did they raise their fees
Yes,
alongside our raising our fees?
because, as did field hockey.
So
if we're gonna follow that
we
example,
raised the fees to our residents.
we did.
Do
But
we have a
it's not
right to
just-
get a P&L from them?
Yes, we do, in the contract.
Sorry?
It's
Yes.
not just fees.
Not a budget, a P&L.
I know we have a, what's that?
Wants to know the profit and losses, not just the budget. I don't, you'd have to look at it.
I would have to look at the contract, the exact language.
So in other words, what you really want to find out, I think Mike will answer your question. You look at the P and L, you see what they're making from the thing. If it's a reasonable amount, then it's fine. If it's an outlandish amount, then it's not fine. If they're not making enough, then they have to charge more or be more efficient, that's all.
Does that profit, would the profit and loss reflect all the fees that are paid on the side for all the tournaments and things?
No, because that's
Yeah.
standard practice with all the, if you went to Pinecrest, Pannier, it's
cost plus.
But in
Yeah.
Pinecrest, it's not run by the village, it's between you and the subcontractor. Here, this is really a village program.
it's a contracted out village program.
Right, that's different. That's different.
So
I think.
a real P and L would include everything.
Yeah, be balance sheet of P and L.
Okay.
So those are two assignments to the advisory board, two separate assignments.
Understood.
You got it? All
Yep.
right. Magistrate,
Special magistrates, legal review. Councilmember Stoner, your item.
Well, I'm just gonna
I'll
ask
take it.
Chad.
So Councilmember Stoner had brought this up, and we conducted a survey of cities in Dade County on whether or not they had a magistrate board or a magistrate officer. Key Biscayne today, as you guys know, has a magistrate board. Out of our survey, we have 29 of the cities here. And out of the 29 cities, 23 of them have hearing officers or magistrates, not the boards. So the majority in Miami-Dade County is for there to be a magistrate as opposed to a board. And the magistrate typically is a lawyer or a retired lawyer who sits and hears cases, and they're typically compensated. Sometimes they're not, but usually they are. Again, today in Key Biscayne, we have a board that's non-compensated. We do have certain requirements sit on the board. But there's been a question posed, should we shift to a magistrate or stick with the board? If the council wants to proceed with this change, we would have to amend our code.
What do you recommend?
I think that it's purely a policy decision. I think that the magistrate system works well with a hearing officer who understands the rules is typically a lawyer that's trained and understands how to rule. We work in both systems. I do think that having a magistrate who's a lawyer is helpful at times. On balance, I think we are most comfortable with the magistrates, but that's what I would say. I wouldn't give like a pure recommendation, but we're really more comfortable with magistrates because we work with them the most.
Have we had problems with the magistrate board
So
over the years?
Over the years, the magistrate board has operated fine. I think that Councilmember Stoner was on the board. I think that recently we had a situation where the board made a determination that was appealed, and the court was not happy with the way the board conducted the hearing. And I think that's what prompted Councilmember Stoner to bring this up. And we do training with the board, but again, not all the board members are attorneys. They're all intelligent people. And they follow, they rule, maybe they don't follow the law to a T, maybe Councilmember Stoner can give her experience, but overall, we've had a positive experience over the years.
That's the first time in 30 years we had a problem?
I wouldn't say it's the first time, but it's been the exception. We've generally not had any issues. We've been appealed to court on a number of occasions, and we've been affirmed. This was unique that we got reversed, and it was truly the exception.
But we got slammed.
We did. The court was not happy that the board did not allow the the violator really to present their case. And my partner Jose, who sits as the board attorney, said, please let them, and this is in the transcript of the hearing, please let them present the case. The board said no, kind of just dismissed it and just said, we just want to proceed.
So you provide an attorney for each hearing?
So we provide an attorney for each hearing, there's two different models with that, by the way. When you have a magistrate board, you typically have an attorney that sits with the board. When you have a magistrate officer, you usually either the attorney will prosecute the case in front of the magistrate, so like my office would prosecute, or you could have them advise the magistrate, but that's unusual. So usually when you have a board, you have the attorney sit with the board, like me sitting here. When you have a magistrate, you have the attorney actually presenting the case instead of the staff. It's a little bit different.
The error that occurred was simply an error, and an egregious error. I don't know that a shift in the form of the function would prevent that error.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a magistrate that didn't allow it to happen, the court probably equally would have slammed the magistrate. That's true.
But this is my problem with it. The error was for a lack of understanding. It appeared to me from reading the case, the opinion, a lack of understanding of what the function was of that board sitting there at that time. Because I believe that the result, if they had let them put on their case and made a finding of fact, there could have been an entirely different result. And it had to do with, our code and things that, the type of things that we have lots of issues with. And I'm not sure what we're accomplishing by having a board other than, people want to participate and it's an honor to participate. I mean, I did it for 13 years. I loved it. But
are you saying it's a procedural issue?
Yes, and I think if you have a lawyer up there, a retired lawyer, an administrative lawyer, a trial lawyer, someone with some understanding of what the point is, which is finding the facts so that if someone disputes or doesn't like the outcome and they appeal, there's the proper record for the appellate court to say whether they applied the law correctly or not.
Nancy, I think we talked about this last time, and Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was a $50,000 number that you sort of budgeted to have a magistrate be appointed and operated if we went to a law firm and said, hey, we want to hire somebody to do this?
No, it's not. It's typically not that high. It's for a magistrate, it varies, okay? And I can tell you, for example, some just charge $165 per hearing, okay? Some charge as much as $750 per hour. I mean, so it really
Depends
varies.
on who you negotiate with.
So, yes.
But I do think we have in the community plenty of retired lawyers, trial lawyers and we could have two magistrates, they can alternate, so it didn't always have to be one person, who would be more than happy to do a little bit of work and have something to do.
And get paid.
Yeah.
And those same people could serve on a board as well. It seems to me that the selection of who sits on the board is key.
Yeah, you could also change that. In looking at the code, our magistrates are residents that possess outstanding reputations for civic pride, interest, integrity, responsibility, and business or professional ability. I mean, you could be more specific as to the criteria. You can do that.
One thing that sometimes arises where there's more than one person and also supported by a staff attorney, that may be a point of better professionalism, better judgment, because more people are sharing the decision and they're supported by a professional who's there to advise. It's not necessarily the only way to get to the right result, but that does happen. On the other hand, the nature of these questions are purely fact questions. There's not a lot of equity associated with these decisions. That's your experience, right?
There isn't a lot of equity, but my experience is that's not how those decisions are made. I think equity plays a big part in it, in the way decisions are made. So
What's the real issue? are we taking on risk or liability by not operating this in a manner?
So.
We're gonna get sued? I mean, what's the
Okay,
bottom line?
so generally speaking, on a liability perspective, there is a way that people can challenge code enforcement actions that were considered to be inordinately burdening one's property, okay? That doesn't happen very often. In this particular case, we did receive a threat, actually, it's called a Bird Harris Act, through that. Generally speaking, when they appeal, there's no attorney's fees or damages in those types of appeals. What happens is if the court finds that the board was incorrect, like in this case, they remand the matter back to the board for another hearing. That's what typically happens.
So what I hear you saying, Chad, is that our real risk here is having to hire your firm to come in and represent us because we got sued or our case was appealed.
So I think there's two.
And there's a cost structure associated with that.
Now
right?
there's two. Number one is, yes, you have to pay for the appeal, right?
Right.
Number two is, if the violation is not upheld, then the person keeps to continue to do the violation if it's not, handled correctly, even though we think there was a violation. I think, that's
Okay, so
probably more important.
when we got, so to speak, slammed, what did that cost us?
I don't know offhand what the number is.
$10,000?
Boat is still there.
No,
Pardon me?
I don't.
The boat is still there.
Oh, the boat's still there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the number offhand, but it's, these things can get expensive because eventually they go up to the appellate courts. There's briefing, there's oral argument. I mean, but again, let me just finish.
It hasn't happened.
Out of all the times, I would say we've only had a handful of these over the years that I can think of. We actually just had another one. We'll see because a lot of times what happens is people file an appeal just to preserve the issue, but then they don't proceed with the brief. Actually, I think Mr. London maybe did that many years ago. So, so we do get that.
Did he pay though? Hell no.
So, well, I don't know if he could. I know he didn't. I know he didn't proceed with the briefing of it, but so we get that often. But so this was one which was unique that we actually went to court. Like another one was that I can think of, the helipad case that we've heard about. That was one that stemmed through a code enforcement violation that went up and was litigated up to the third DCA. But those are rare.
What I'm driving at is if we think that the world is getting more litigious, which it probably is, would it make financial sense for us to hire somebody, put them there so we don't have to get lawyers involved?
Well, I think you can't control it, but I think what you're suggesting is maybe a magistrate would make a cleaner ruling and would prevent future litigation.
Would mitigate a risk.
Let me give you another, Mike, which you might appreciate.
Yeah.
So let's say, for argument's sake, this would never happen. Let's say code violation came to your house and said, you know what? You got stones in front of this well.
Yeah.
And here's a violation.
Yep.
And you went to the appeals board and said, listen, I got a problem. I mean, if I put dirt down like it's supposed to, it becomes mud.
Right.
So I got to have this thing here. The magistrates can say, hey, the law says stones aren't good there. I'm sorry, but you're in violation.
Right.
The three people sitting in the magistrate board say, no, we understand that, Mike. You know what? We'll defer this thing and hopefully we can change the thing and not fine you, because they understand they're not just strictly a magistrate saying this is the law or not the law. So I think that's part of the pros and cons that you're going to get in the thing. So I think it's much more neighborly and much more civil to have a magistrate board than a magistrate. A magistrate might be more official, might be more legal, might be more accurate. But as far as a community getting together and trying to live together, compatible with our neighbors and work together, I think a magistrate board works. And you loved it for 13 years. Get back on, baby.
I'll defer.
I just to
I'll
finish,
stop talking about it.
I just want to say, but and sometimes you can't control the appeals. Like we had one recently. We'll see if they brief it where they were found in violation of erecting a fence without a permit, and the board found that they were in violation, and they appealed it to court. Can't control that. I mean, I don't know if they'll brief it. We'll see. We're in that period, but this happens. So.
It sounds like the selection committee is the most important part of this, Frank, right? I mean, yeah. getting the right
You
people
need
to
a
do the right
lawyer
job.
either, you need a lawyer from their firm either way.
Right.
But
Yeah, I
that
mean-
already happens, right?
Yeah, and at the hearing, there's court costs effectively, right? So the costs are recouped at that hearing on those violations, so.
Okay, what do we want to do, if anything?
Go ahead and vote.
It's no, it's not a vote.
Oh, oh.
You brought it up as a suggestion. Do we want to continue to pursue it in a formal manner? You want to bring back a resolution, or you know?
My sense is that no one's really interested in that for the reason stated, so, we can drop it.
I think
If
one thing
that's
that
what
comes
you're-
out of this is proper selection of magistrates. They've got to be the right people.
People we're selecting to be.
And we have
So I gotta go
we
back
have an
to that.
attorney from your firm there all the time.
Who sits to advise the board, correct?
Yeah, but what he said was
They
they
did,
ignored
they
it.
ignored him the last
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
He or she.
And maybe it's worth you guys seeing a report of the cases from the board and then, just so you get a feel for what they do. I mean, that's, in my recollection, I don't ever remember, the staff presenting, hey, we've had X amount of code compliance complaints, we resolved these went to the board. So you can kind of get a flavor, and then we could even say this was appealed, just so you have an idea to study it.
Could we, to Nancy's point, could we just, put into our code or whatever that you had to have these qualifications in order to be selected?
Yes. We can do that.
That makes sense.
Okay.
We can change our
Why don't
qualifications.
you work and look at that, and that's the first step?
Okay.
And
Wouldn't it
maybe in
make sense
addition
that
to
that person's a lawyer?
qualifications, a reference to the fact that due process and rules of procedure apply, a reminder.
You have to understand what due
have to
process
understand
is.
that.
That's kind
If
of
they're
a-
not the right people, they gotta be
Right.
the right people.
Right.
I think too,
All right.
when you're dealing with neighbors, my instinct is that it's easier if it's more than one person to deliver bad news.
Mike Bracken, your item.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to bring up the concept that we are going to go out to have to bifurcate the project as we discussed previously, to make sure that we have the ability to bid out the undergrounding process as a separate entity from the stormwater process as a separate entity, and make sure that is clear to staff, that they know that we can do this and that we're set up with all the documents and all the rest of the procedural requirements to be able to do this.
We are.
Are you saying, Mike, to go out and bid it today?
I'm suggesting that we get all our ducks in a row and be able to prepare to go and bid, yes.
So you're not saying to bid today?
The undergrounding,
You are saying go?
yes, sir,
On phase one?
yes.
You're talking about phase one right now?
Phase one, yeah, to make sure that we're prepared to go out and bid
Dare
that.
to do it.
Prepared and I think the council should discuss bidding it, yes.
No, no problem with that. But you're talking about the same place where supposedly these pipes would go.
I just want to know a number, I think we need to
I
get
think
a
that's
very good
fair.
handle on the
I'm just
number.
asking if it's gonna be in the same place. or
Yes.
not. Okay.
Okay.
And I think that's a fair question, and I think we need to move forward, because otherwise we'll just be stuck. Can I add a
But-
friendly amendment to that?
Yeah, and Fernando, I also know that there potentially,
Oh, I'm sorry.
just this conversation, there are some potential issues if GIT does say, hey, do we want to do X, Y, Z?
Right.
That we may have to modify our drawings.
Right.
But we should know where we are relatively in a budget number. And I think Steve's probably going to make some comments about it.
Well, I didn't hear the last part of what that was, but, I mean, we can put together a project if that is the choice we want to do. Obviously, there's work to do. We would have to pull it out of the existing integrated design and prepare it to go forward. As you and I spoke before, I recommend we don't do that as we're going through the process of making a decision about what stormwater system we would put in there. This design has been developed with the current plan as we know it. This plan that as we're going through, Grant, we had just initially got the modeling completed. We're not anywhere near developing a concept. I mean, he's got a concept in mind, but he's got to put it on paper.
Right.
That'll likely modify what we currently have, because the stormwater pipes, the pumps, the wells would be in a different location.
Potentially.
So, yes, it can be done. My recommendation is that's not done, that we focus our efforts on Zone 8 and also on the other portions of the island. And we will be bringing that forward on
In the
January
workshop?
22nd at the workshop to do that. I think that we take a risk by creating a separate project and trying to do that separately as we're trying to weigh how we want to address stormwater.
So, but Steve, just to be clear, we could, at this time, separate the documents and be in the position where we could bid it if we chose.
We could. It would
Okay.
take some time to untangle it,
All right.
but we could.
Okay. So if the will, go ahead.
Does the GIT analysis have any involvement with the undergrounding?
It could, and what Steve's pointing out is that the drawings may have to change to deal with where they would decide to put additional power or additional pumps or things.
But what they're coming to with us now in terms of deliverables does not include.
No.
But the concept they've delivered so far would show a very minimum interference with the electric or the undergrounding compared to the ACOM system.
Right.
Complete difference.
But not, can I just
And I think
stop
one of the
for,
things which is important, is how much is this the GIT system going to cost? Why don't we get a cost from them as we go along rather than waiting to the end? I'm sure they can give us a ballpark cost either now or very near future rather than going, why?
But isn't the risk of that exactly what happened with ACOM?
Yes, by not getting prices.
Yeah.
No, but what happened, I came into it late because I came onto council late, but it seems to me that we asked ACOM for a solution to our problem. They gave us a solution to our problem. We asked them how much it was going to be, and we said, whoa, that's a lot of money. We asked them how much it's going to be. They gave us a number, and then it didn't turn out to be close to that number, and then everyone was all upset. And my concern is that if we ask GIT for a number before they're ready to give us a number, they're going to give us a ballpark, and it's going to be way off, and we're going to be in the same.
They're not ready for it, they won't give it to us. Just, my question is, just ask them. How tough
Well,
is it?
we did ask them.
I don't think we have.
Not
I
yet.
thought at the last workshop we asked.
It's part of the
them.
deliverables.
The deliverable is that he's supposed to provide a high-level cost estimate in April.
Right.
Okay.
It's part of the deliverables, and it's
Fine.
going to be due very soon.
Fine, okay, so.
The
Excuse
purpose.
me, Nancy. Oh, just to reiterate so you understand, ACOM came back with a 3.2-inch, stop me if I'm wrong, Steve, 3.2-inch
Right.
system of water removal. We said the price was crazy, et cetera, and the amount of water they removed was crazy. They came back with a 2-inch system. And basically, we then had a vote, 5-2, and they went forward with that, obviously, and that's where we are today. So then the prices, they gave us a price then, and obviously they're estimating, or whoever's ever estimated was a little bit off.
I think
not sure
the
they're all-
issue, may I just say one thing? I think the issue here has been an issue of sequence. It's not that it doesn't want to be done, nobody wants to do it, or we just can't. I think we can always do anything we need to do, but it's an issue of sequencing. It's like, let's say you build a house, right? You have your foundation, you have your everything, but you decide to build your electrical first before you put up the walls, before you put up a kitchen. And I think that by us saying, let's go into that hot zone that we are still trying to figure out whether it's going to be A or B or a mixture of A and B, and start putting the electrical work right there right now, I just think, I just don't see it as just quickly.
You're fine.
I just don't see it as effective as it would be if we picked another area that could be a hot zone for electricity and power and build that there. But if we work on the hot zone right now, we got a lot of activity going on there right now. We got one guy thinking that he's probably going to do pumps and do pipes, and we got another one that's coming in and saying you're going to lay out this massive pipe, and in the meantime, we're trying to figure out to put the electrical work above. I would say let's stay away from the conflicted area. Maybe look at another area where we have a hot zone where people need power and we have less reliability on the electrical system. Let's do it there, and let's do it.
What's wrong with getting the bid for Section 8, what are you talking about, Mike, Steve? and what Mike is talking about for phase one or zone one. Why can't we do both?
For the reason I just explained, you have.
Getting a bid is.
But
we're not putting it in.
we can always get a bid.
Well, that's what he's been
But I
talking
think,
about,
okay,
getting a
but
bid.
so what's gonna happen with a bid is that you'll get a contractor that's gonna bid that. I'm not worried about that bid. I'm worried about the following bid that comes in once we resolve what's going on in that drainage hot zone. Because the contractor that's gonna build that, he's gonna have to build the pipe after you put the electrical system. So guess what? Guess who owns the electrical system? That contractor doesn't own it, we own it. So if he nicks it, and if he hits it, which likely they will with a backhoe because they gotta open up the road and they gotta put a very big pipe, then we got a problem. So I'm just trying to help here.
Fernando, I'm glad.
I'm really just trying to help.
I wanted to have this discussion.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so the only way to have this discussion was to put this on, this motion forward.
And I'm so glad you did.
And I wanted to have the discussion. I agree with your position that we don't want to really price out something that we potentially get a fight. I just want to feel comfortable that we know, Steve, what the current electrical budget is for undergrounding in Zone 1. Do we feel that we have a comfortable that the number that we've been supplied is a reasonable number, plus or minus 5 to 7%, so that if we go to bid, that we're not going to come in at 25 or 30% high, okay? So we don't look like a bunch of
We have a
idiots.
cost estimate. We have to analyze. It just came in recently.
Okay.
But it is the power cost estimate. It is not a full with AT&T and Comcast. Remember that's a part of the underground
Right.
as well.
When do you, but we're just providing raceway. We're not providing the wire.
Providing what?
We're providing the raceway or the conduit. They're providing their own wire. AT&T and Comcast. We don't provide the wire. We just provide the raceway.
No, we're doing it all. We're choosing to do this.
No, yeah, correct. But you're saying to me that we're going to have to provide the wire for Comcast in the conduit
Yes.
because we're going underground.
And because we're choosing to do it. Right now, as far as they're concerned right now, they have adequate service.
Because they have easements.
On their poles.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Steve, can we pick a location in that, when you come back with that, can you tell us a place where we can safely engage in building the underground?
Zone 8.
Zone 8. And has that been, I have not had that maybe I don't remember, but I have not had that discussion specific on Zone 8. Because we need to move with the underground. Let's face it, we had a committee, we talked about this. There's already been 2 or 3 councils that have gone through this, and they have not seen their project for what they ran for. And I can name a council member that was here, and he wanted to get this done, and that was his purpose, and that didn't get done. Let's get it done. Let's get the underground done. Let's work on the other stuff. While that gets done, let's work on maybe Zone 8, but let's move it. Let's move it.
I just want to develop the urgency.
I agree.
And get the
And I
council
support
to get focused on the urgency to get this moving.
Okay. Mike, would you be happy just getting at least the plans in a biddable fashion without a bid?
Yeah, that's what we're supposed to have. That's one of AECOM's deliverables.
No.
Black-
AECOM's deliverable is to do an integrated project.
I'm talking about biddable so that.
But
We
Black
would
and-
have to untangle that.
Okay.
And then put it into bid documents.
That's what I'm saying.
And again, going back to the conversation that I said before, and I think I heard Councilmember Vasquez said, as we look and evaluate what a potential alternative is, we should hesitate about doing something that was designed for one structure, stormwater system, before we understand which one we would
Steve,
go.
I don't think that's unreasonable. But could you come back and at least say to us at the workshop, the coming workshop, what the undergrounding price will be with the Comcast and all the bells and whistles that we have to provide?
That is our hope to be able to do that. We just, obviously, we can't compel AT&T and Comcast to do it, but we are asking them to do it.
Can we come back
So we can
with
have
the
a
Zone 8 next?
Yes, we are actually in the middle of design on Zone 8.
Right.
Can we do that, please?
Yeah, so we probably won't have a full cost estimate, but I do believe we have a high-level cost estimate at this
With
point.
undergrounding in Zone
That
8?
we are comfortable on, yeah, so we do have a cost estimate that we would be comfortable to present on January 22nd. For Zone 8. For Zone 8, correct.
Okay.
That'll get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for,
All right.
thank you for, getting the conversation moving. Appreciate it.
Generators.
Me. Basically,
Before you start, one of these things I really, as we start a new year, we need people to not shoot from the hip all the time. We need people to be able to access our administration, call you, call me, and ask about these. But all of a sudden everything is, corruption and there's problems and this. No, these things have some institutional memory. Okay, 2 public works directors ago, we started working on these generators. So it's not like it's not something like you came up with yesterday or I came up with it. It has a life of its own. Okay, it's fine if we want to change things for the future and do what we want, but please talk to the administration. They're very open. They will take your phone call. All your council people will take your phone calls, so that you can get answers and not speculate about why the manager is in love with generators. So
generator lover.
So with that.
Okay, obviously what triggered this whole thing is the little construction that's been going on. And so my point is that in order to make a reasonable decision, an intelligent decision, and I should say an educated decision of whether we should have standby fixed generators or not, we should be looking at and saying, what is the probability of having, I guess it's our level of service exceeded over the next 10 years? And we look at it, what happened over the past 10 years. That gives you pretty much a probability of that occurring. So then the next thing you look at is, what's the probability of the electric going out during that same 10-year period? From the feeders, the underground feeders, the substation, or in Calusa Park, transformers, everything to do, but nothing to do with the lights, when the electric go out with our aerial system. Because the assumption is we will have an underground system. So my question is, once you can look at that by getting the data from FP&L, then you know how many times they've had these problems. You probably can get some information from Miami, what do you call it, water and sewer, for their sewer lift pumps and stuff over the years. And then you have a probability of these 2 things happening. Now, they're not completely independent events, but they're mostly independent events. So when these 2 events are multiplied together, it gives you a probability of all these things happening. Then once we have that information, we can say, fine, this is the probability of it happening. This is the cost to take care of that probability. Does it make sense? Is it worth it or not? And then you make a decision, not emotional, not, I'm not going to have it and it's no good, blah, blah, blah. But with an educated thing rather than saying, hey, we want to have it. And it's, I understand also that if we're doing a heart transplant surgery, it's critical. It's very critical that you have power, especially when a heart pump machine's going on. It's more critical when you have a sewer lift station pumping manure than when you try and flush the toilets. This is not that critical, but it is critical to a certain degree. So my point is, once we have the proper information, then we can make an educated decision going forward. Do we want to have it? So I'm saying what I'd like to do is pause any further installation or purchase of these things. That's all, until we get the information.
Okay. Let's have a high-level conversation about this. Before you go.
Sure, yes, sir.
Can we set the table as to the ones that we're doing and why we're doing it and how they came about a little bit, so that we're all on the same page? And
so I'm going to ask Chris to come up, but I think the mayor mentioned earlier, and I'll just enter into it and then let Chris take it over. This was something that was decided on back in 2020. We identified that we had 2 injection wells that needed backup power. That was the decision at the time.
And those are the only 2 injection wells that we have, right?
We have 4 injection wells.
We have 2 more, I believe.
2 more?
So this was something that was made back in 2020, but I'll let Chris take it from here, because I think you know the background.
I was consistent. I didn't want it back then either.
Yeah.
I have most of the background. It is 2 pump stations. There are 4 wells, but it's 2 pump stations, to be clear. The backup generators are for those 2 pump stations, okay? Yes, this was something that was applied to back after the 2017 hurricanes through an
This is
$20
COVID money.
COVID money, I'm sorry, 2020 COVID money, that's right. For an HMGP grant to provide backup power. There was a need because the 2 pump stations, the village saw that we were losing power quite often. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation earlier with Nata about how many times the Ocean Lane Drive pump station ran out of power and we had to get portable power brought in. And he recollects approximately 10 to 12 times in the past 10 years that has occurred. Now, every time that occurs, we have to go out and rent a generator, and we're renting it through a subcontractor that brings it in. We have to wait for the water to recede to be able to get the generators even to the pump stations. So there's an operational component to it there. We couldn't get power to them right away, backup power. But the grants were applied for. The generators are, as some of you may have seen, the platforms are pretty tall, but this was presented by the previous Public Works Director to you guys, I believe it was June of 2024, and there was even a discussion about how tall it would be and what they would look like, and he presented that information.
And they're that tall because that's our code.
Yes, we have to, the platform itself has to be at BFE +1 per zoning code. So they had to be constructed to that elevation. And then the structure itself has to be constructed to meet the storm surge requirements. So they had to be set on pilings, but not only that, it was very complicated because there's a lot of utilities. FPL has some main lines and some trunk lines that run right through the middle of our islands. And there's a change in direction. There's a manhole with multiple lines running through there. So the stations have to be, or the platforms have to be adjusted to fit there.
So, Chris, I would imagine those generators get activated when there's no power.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I would imagine that that generator gets activated when there is no power, no electricity. Okay, so when there is no power and no electricity, what would be the priority? I mean, are we talking about using them during a massive blackout or just because we just got hit by a major rainfall event? I mean, what takes a priority for that thing to work and why? I guess I live there. Look, I know I live there. I'm one of the ones that I want a dry street. But the problem is that I just don't see the, I guess, what's the right word? In the context of what constitutes an emergency, to have and to worry about a generator in a street that's flooded, I think maybe that's what Councilmember Lennon is getting to. We're just adding too many contingencies, too many costly contingencies to handle a situation that would technically, in the context of a major storm event, would not be at the highest priority. And I'm not saying that my street being flooded is not a high priority. It would be for me. But for the village, as a public purpose project, is it a high priority to have a generator of that size, that magnitude, stuck in there? I guess that's just my question. I think it's a fair question.
It seems the thrust of this whole inquiry depends on how long the power's out.
Yeah.
Because the real thrust of Ed's point is, what would be the worsened flood condition if there was no pumping for
what it is now?
Right.
What it is now. People. I go there all the time. I come out of my condo and.
So the generators, kind of to answer your question, the generators were sized to the pump station.
Yeah,
They weren't.
I know.
Right. So they were sized. That's why
I'm
you
not
see
questioning the size.
Let him finish.
Yeah. Let him finish. So they were sized. So that's why they're the size they are. What I could come back and say is we have to have fire rescue get in there, we have police, we have safety to get through. If we have a storm event and we have 6 inches of water in the road.
That's
and-
fair.
or
Look,
10 inches of
I'm
water.
the one that will go for it.
Which we have seen, right. And
but
we just, in an effort, cleaned those wells, went beyond just a cleaning, but actually did a rehab of the wells to try and get more drainage going on in that area.
And everything you say is absolutely acceptable, and it's the way it should be. It's just a question of, well, I think the aesthetics are driving it pretty much. The aesthetics are brutal. Unless we have we should, if we plan on doing stuff like that, we should have a strong landscaping plan.
We
to
have a
cover it.
very strong landscaping plan going back in there. We're still in the middle of it. The contractor, as a matter of fact, today set the second generator over on East Heather. The other one on Ocean Lane Drive, they are doing some restoration work for some of the curb that they damaged. So the job's not done.
Okay.
Because
you see this
well ahead
contraption,
of.
and it does not. I mean, when people see it, they say, "I don't want that on my street." But if you offer something that says, "This is this is the final
rendering.
product,"
A
right?
rendering.
Right, a rendering. This is the final product. It's actually going to look better than what it looks.
Right.
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 Maybe that is something that people can buy a little more into. Because right now you're going to hear costs, you're going to hear electricity, you're going to hear, why are we doing this? But at the end of the day, is just somebody walking their dog and seeing that thing and saying, "Oh my God, it looks like a trailer." And that's the way I said it before. I was very concerned because it looked like a container.
So, but guys, we do have the same situation getting ready to go in the Garden District because we have exactly the same situation. So we have, in fact, it's going right in front of the beach club, and it's going to go.
Why do we have it? We don't need it.
Well, just that's why we're having the conversation. But just so we saw, Jeremy made a presentation showing what this potentially could look like. Talking about the and it's a substantial piece of hardware, right?
Correct.
I think it's 20
Very
20
similar
feet
to what
by
we have out there.
yeah, 20 feet. Well, it's actually going to be bigger because it's two generators.
It's a little bit, no, it's one generator. It might be a little bit longer. The generator, actually, it's
I think it was
approximately
20. It
the
was
same
like
size.
20 by 10, I think, like that,
Yes.
or maybe 30 by 10. It was a pretty big piece of
Yes, and
hardware.
it's
it's tall.
approximately 14 feet high in the air to the
Right.
top of the generator itself. But in that project, we did bring a full landscape design that you guys were able to see. In these other projects, I
It's a bit
don't
different,
have
too.
that, but
There's
I
a
can go
wall
back in the
adjacent
records and
to
see.
it, so there's going to be much more coverage than what we see.
We-
at
we
Island
did-
Drive.
Just saying, we're getting ready to do something similar, so we
Right.
should.
Ocean Lane Drive.
If I could add, Chris, here on this, first thing I'm gonna say, construction is ugly. I'm just gonna say that, council member, and you know that. Never pretty. So, why do we do this? It is industry standard to do this. That doesn't mean we have to do that. Key Biscayne plays by its own rules, and you guys can choose to do it how you want to. Our recommendation in most cases are going to be to use it, but, we can do a risk assessment, Ed, as you mentioned. Now, however, talking about the Garden District, because we are using FEMA money, FEMA requires us to put in a backup generator. So that case, we would have to do it. Other ones, we would have a choice to do that. And then we could run a risk assessment on that to determine whether you want to do it.
So Steve, I think when we talked about the GIT project, okay, he showed a subgrade pump station without a generator, I think, in the presentation. Fernando, do you remember? Because you made a comment.
I think you're right. I don't think he's shown a generator, but the pump stations are, they're submerged pump stations.
Right, and the ones at Miami Beach that you've done before were submerged pump stations.
Yeah, they were. And we had this talk about large generators and, 13 feet up high.
Right. And you chose not to do those?
Yeah, I mean, in North Bay Road, imagine that. I mean, or LaGorce.
Right.
Everybody was freaking out.
Right. But you have underground power in LaGorce.
But some areas have underground power. Some areas. I don't remember. But I understand. Look, I understand it's something that it's a balance between FEMA, what is required, make sure that we have access for life safety, and it's also an aesthetic issue, and really, a functional issue that's manageable. But both we need to strike a balance between that. If it's going to be accepted or proposed to the community, it has to have a community flavor to it. It just can't be just
So let me add just on that little point there. This is, we almost have this conversation weekly on the island because a new house pops up next there. And when you first see it, you go, oh my God, call Jeremy, Jeremy, this can't be the scale, right? This can't be right. No, they have violated something, right? So, you know, that's part of us getting used to something that unfortunately we can't get around, right? It happens to be being in a low-lying barrier island. This is part of what may have to happen. Okay, that doesn't mean that you have to like it. Doesn't mean that we have to do every single one of them. I think that there should be a little bit of discretion, but folks, I mean that's exactly what happens out here all the time, and you know, after the house gets finished and the landscape gets put in, oh, you know, that's a nice house. Yeah.
Joe, one thing to add, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Company, what they do is they have a generator on a trailer. So when there's a problem, they come in, plug
That
it
could be
in,
an option.
and use the generator.
Yeah.
Here's a good picture of Miami Beach of an underground pump station between two $30 million houses. And this can be, see nothing, basically, that's the equipment, but they have it all sheltered in.
No, there's
And
no
that's
generator.
it, no generator.
That's in LaGuardia.
I remember
That's
those
on Star Island.
No, he showed us those pictures.
No, this is,
We've seen those
Yeah, you
pictures.
sent that to us.
yeah, I sent it to you.
Look at the one on, what's it, right around the corner from, near Maurice Gibb Park, that whole area where there's, I forgot the name.
Same thing.
Sunset Harbor. Look at the one in Sunset Harbor where they put it right in the middle of the street. And they raised the road 3 feet. That's insane.
You know, the pump stations, for example, the Garden District pump station, the pumps themselves are all underground.
Right.
Those stations are all, the pumps, the wet wells, everything is
Yeah,
underground.
I understand.
What's above ground
Just
is
saying
the control
How
panel.
obstructive it is to have the underground pumps, that it's not a big deal, it's, you know.
Correct.
It's fine, it's not a problem, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay, so how do we avoid the monstrosity factor?
Landscaping is.
I mean, you heard it today. The fear was carbon copying that 5-6 times potentially in zone 1 alone.
Exactly, that's my.
Yeah,
That's
it could
it.
be- Could be up to 12, but yes.
Okay, word, thank you.
Depending on what he comes up with. But look, I think we have 2 that are under construction that we just have to deal with. And we do have landscaping plans, and I think, you know, when we're ready and have them done, we can present them to the council, and I think we should have them done by February if we want to do that, right?
Yeah, the one on East Heather is less obtrusive.
Yeah, we're not putting that much.
Faces a parking lot and.
Yes,
sir.
But the one on Ocean Lane Plaza
Drive.
Drive, that's,
It's in the median.
honestly, if we could publish some kind of rendering of what it might look like, it might calm people down
Yeah.
because it could at least.
Once
the
landscaping's
would-
in, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would,
I agree.
Sooner the better.
I would say that by the time I got you a rendering, I'd already
Be
have
done.
landscaping in.
Yeah, but the landscaping won't.
The landscaping's going in within,
It's gonna take time for it to grow in well.
it's going in within the next 2-3 weeks.
But have you seen how the landscaping already is around the pump station? So that's how it's going to end up, you know?
The pump station you're talking about, the one
At Ocean Lane Drive.
Ocean Lane Drive, I thank you guys for accelerating.
It's right in front of your
that.
house.
It's right in front of my house, and
you get to see
and
it
the residents in that area, thank you.
I don't know about accelerating. It's been a challenge. We've extended the schedule.
Oh, yeah.
That's all.
So going back to the conversation, do we have the ability to have the information about, on that street when the feeders are down or when the laterals are down?
I have to go back to FPL and get an exact of how many times things have gone down.
Well, we had
But you
asked
also
them
have
that
to
during the
get
workshop. They didn't have that data.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they never, yeah. So, I mean, July 24th, we had a severe situation where an underground feeder went down and everybody was wanting to murder us because we weren't fixing the problem fast enough. Hey, always. So,
Get the big bucks.
so I mean, I like I like Ed's idea of being able to figure out what that risk is of having underground. But if we don't have that data, then we're kind of like,
We'd have to go back to FPL and get that data.
The data is more than outages, it's duration of outage.
Right. A combination. It's a combination.
combination, yeah.
And then what happens to flooding during the outage? And does it surpass a tolerable level of
Well,
service?
that's the whole thing. How many times do we go past the level of service in a year? So that's the first probability.
So I think where we are right now,
Once.
obviously these two are going in, and then we'll get the landscaping around it. If, when we do get the final approval from FEMA to go forward with the garden district, because it's FEMA money, we will have to put it in. So the next choice we will have, and we'll have that choice, is as we're presented on the Zone 1 solution. And so we can choose at that point based on, whether we go with the current one or whether we go with the one by GIT, how we want to go forward.
Okay.
And we'll need to do some analysis with that and present to you the risk assessment in order to make that decision.
Okay, and in the meantime, you want to get the rendering for Garden District, so,
We have that.
okay.
We do have that. It was presented in the,
Yeah, we saw it.
the site plan review, right?
Yeah,
Brandon?
but we need to do more of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and make sure it gets out there, people see.
Jessica can send another
Yes.
bomb out there.
The generator can be out of sight, out of mind. Nobody can see it. Nobody
As much
knows-
as
nobody
possible,
has to
right.
see it. Yeah,
That is the intent, to try and,
I know.
Can we call on Ocean Line Drive, we can call it Fernando's Landscaping?
Fernando's pump station.
Oh, it's a pump station.
I like that. That's subsided now.
Just put a plaque up. Fernando Vasquez.
I never had a pump station.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir?
when it comes time to
It's got a.
educate the public and occasionally have to persuade the public, aesthetics isn't enough. There has to be an ability to explain why we need to do what we think we need to do, based on efficacy of the result. If the result doesn't work, there's no point in pursuing the project. So I think, by way of reminder of helpful analysis, feeding our ability to communicate effectively, it all comes back to effectiveness.
Well said.
Yep.
And with that, Mr. Manager, do you have anything pressing?
I've got two things. One, please read the manager report. There's some good information on some progress in there, so please take a look at that. We also have a list of the scheduled workshops and those that are tentative, and the mayor and I will work on those tentative ones. And obviously, the clerk will reach out to you, see which dates work. But what I would like to do before we go, I'd like CFO's back. If you could just talk real quickly about the 5 steps we want to move forward for revenue diversification. Sure. And why, and set the context as to why we're.
Say what?
Revenue diversification.
Yeah, so during the budget cycle, we proposed a lot of different revenue diversifications items we're looking at, obviously with the intention to reduce our over-reliability on ad valorem or property taxes, which is about 71% of our revenue. So all this was going on well before all the property tax reform ideas came out, but even now, even more of a reason to look at alternative revenue sources. So there was probably a list of 15 to 20 items that we had additionally presented to you, but I think the manager and I wanted to be realistic and talk about what do we actually want to focus on for fiscal year 26, which was both measured in realistic, what could we get done, and also ROI, bang for the buck to actually get them done. So the ones I want to focus on now is with business tax receipts. We initially brought an ordinance to increase the BTR fees by 5%. It's restricted by Florida law in terms of how many years, every other year we can raise by 5%. It was originally rejected by the board with the caveat that this was just as the Ritz-Carlton was going under their renovations. So now that they've come back online, we'd like to bring that back soon to get the ball rolling there. Not a ton of money in this one, but something that if we keep neglecting over the years, like it had been many years since we did the last one, we keep falling behind kind of what the ordinary BTR fees are when looking at comparisons to other municipalities. So We'll be bringing that one soon, along with, I guess, widening the scope of businesses that fall under the BTR requirements. Right now, we're very good at assessing BTR with our brick and mortars. We're trying to think outside the box and say there's a lot of other businesses that may operate here that don't have a physical presence. So those two items related to BTR. Alternatively, looking at a resort fee with the Ritz-Carlton, bring them back into it now that they're back online. The manager and I had some original discussions before they had their renovations about adding to their nightly resort fee, which would be earmarked towards the future beach renourishment. So they were on board with it. Obviously, they have to go through the Marriott and their hierarchy, but the manager and I will continue those discussions with the Ritz now that they are back and are open. Additionally, Todd and I met with the athletic trainers, and we agreed to a new monthly training fee for use of our public facilities. They're out in the fields making money. This guy became very, very popular post-pandemic as everyone kind of moved outside of the gym and wanted to do outside workouts. So, originally we had tried to work with them. We had a lot of discussion, negotiations with them, but ultimately we finally agreed on a deal that was mutually beneficial. So that fee goes into effect on February 1st, and they'll have to apply with all their background tests with the Parks and Recreation Department as well. So I think those were the highlights.
You say recreation fee
Yes.
to the Ritz-Carlton. Do we have a
Resort fee.
resort tax like Miami Beach does,
Not
something like that?
Not a tax. Not a tax. This would be a.
Do the other cities have a tax?
Other
Yeah,
cities
but-
do have a
but
resort.
those are carved out by state law.
They were grandfathered in. No other cities can do it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Gables in Miami Beach?
Miami Beach, Bal Harbor. I think there's maybe 5 maybe around.
No, not that many.
No,
It's
definitely
3.
3. Miami Beach, Bal Harbor, and Surfside. Is that what it is?
Looks
Okay,
like-
3.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between a resort fee and a tax?
So what a resort fee is, and we're also calling it a volunteer resort fee because we want to stay everything away from the word tax because we have to. So it would have to be something that they would come to us and propose that we want to put an additional $5 into our resort fee, that we would then go into an agreement with the village to use this money for re-nourishment. Before they did the renovation, their resort fee was $49. Their current resort fee now is $85 a night. So we're hoping that out of the goodness of their hearts, the current management would like to do it. It just so happens they fall under the Marriott brand, and so they have to get approval by Marriott to do that.
So that fee is what they just charge and retain for themselves, and we're asking for them to give a portion of that.
We're suggesting it might be a good idea
Them to
to help us to renourish the beach
front of their building
voluntarily to support.
Which is actually, ironically, the worst part.
The worst part,
The skinniest part.
And
of
the
it.
words are important, right? We've got to be very careful about using any word of compelling or tax or required. This is a volunteer fee that would assist us in renourishing our beach. And we can't say just in front of their beach either. It has to be the entire beach. Yeah.
And what about the other properties that have short-term rentals?
Well, that's where we start getting into the tax conversation, because I don't think they're going to voluntarily come forward and do that. And so we got to be very careful about compelling anyone to do this.
And all the numbers you just gave us, all the things you're working on, how does that, as a percentage, come to what would be, we'll say, the homestead of taxpayers who would not have to pay tax in the worst?
Yeah, so even collectively, if all those were to happen, it wouldn't make up for House Joint Resolution 201, which would eliminate the homestead taxes. It wouldn't, even if you combine all these provisions together, it wouldn't come close to making up for the lost revenue.
How much are we talking about?
So,
Ballpark.
Couple $1 million.
$1 million to $2 million, $1 to $2 million. Maybe?
And what are we collecting from the homesteaders who might not pay taxes?
About $11 million.
How much?
11 million.
So you're talking 1 and 2 versus 11. So this is just a
Doesn't move the needle.
Right.
It helps, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, I don't want to discount these to say they don't. We shouldn't do these because they don't. But collectively, and these were just
some perspective of the proportion between the things.
And these were just 5 of the about 20 items we had that were either we think we get across and get them implemented now. There's obviously others, but we're still looking at to help us. So yeah, little by little, we'll chip away.
It's still a big number, okay.
And you know, philosophically, and you've heard Benjamin and I making the thought that, you know, fee for service is a good way to go. And as we do transfer those things that are legitimately fee for service, that gives us more flexibility in the way in which we can set our millage. Right? I'm not saying it would necessarily would go down, but we would be able to make better decisions. You know, if somebody needs a service, they pay for that service. That's not a cost to the entire community.
understand.
Then we choose what the entire community pays for, and we have better flexibility on millage.
Okay, what else you got, Mr. Manager?
That's all. I think that's all I've got. Let me just quickly take a look. It's been a long night. Take a look at our fields. Exciting news. Last week, I think I sent it out to you, but I'd like to say it publicly. City of Miami did approve the first step to move in the direction to establish an interlocal agreement to do the planning and design for a field on Virginia Cape.
I got a question on that one. Are they agreeing that we will get 50% of the usage of it? Is that going to be part of the deal before we give them any money?
That'll be the interlocal agreement.
Before we give them the money, we're going to get 50% of it.
Well, the interlocal agreement comes back to the council, and we'll make sure the terms that we want will be in that interlocal agreement, or we won't vote for it.
I mean, you're talking about 50-50, you said, right?
That's what we want.
So my question is, if we're going to give them 50% of the money, are we going to get 50% of the time?
I can't tell you until we negotiate the agreement, but
That
that's
was
the
even
intent.
agreed to.
That was
That's what I'm saying.
negotiated in 20.
Well, we haven't given them anything yet.
So-
They agreed to that then, but they
They
didn't.
did agree
they
to
didn't-
So
they
what,
didn't pass it.
what is agreed to right now is that we will share 50-50 the cost of planning and design. And then we would go into an interlocal agreement for
Why would
construction.
we share planning and
maintenance.
design 50%, not knowing what we're going to get?
Because it's the way to
afterwards?
get there.
Oh, come on. You just don't. You're going to go give somebody money and guy says, you know, it's a really good idea. You gave me 50%, you get 10%.
What's your plan, Z?
Plan Z is how much can we get? Well, we're going to give you the money. We'll make a deal.
We negotiated the last time around. and
You
they
got new
agreed to it.
management now in the city of Miami.
They agreed to it with the worst condition, and they didn't pass it by a 2-2 tie vote.
When, last week?
No, 7 years ago.
I'm talking about now.
Council,
Before we go ahead
council member.
and give them any money,
So-
why don't we go ahead?
Council
and-
member.
So they're gonna give away their land just because
Think
Ed
of it.
London wants
No, I'm not saying-
50%?
No, I'm not saying give away anything, Joe. I'm saying negotiate a deal and saying, fine, we're willing to contribute X amount of dollars or percentage of dollars. What are we going to get for doing that? That's all.
Council member.
That would be the goal, yes.
Well, that's the negotiation.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But that's not what they're talking about. Talking about giving them money to go do planning and design for something we don't know what we're going to get, but we're going to pay 50%.
Okay, so
They already know.
you're gonna get a field.
We don't know that. That's what I want to find out.
You're
what
gonna
we're
get a
gonna
field. That's the purpose of
I
planning and
understand
design.
that, but the point being is, how long are we going to use it versus they use it?
The Councilmember London, I think the interlocal agreement that I think the manager is talking about is going to provide for the 50% payment and provide for usage. It's one document, so you're not going to authorize the expenditure of funds until you understand the usage of the fields.
And I'm 100% for it.
So
I told you. So we
Thank
would
you.
bring you back an interlocal agreement for you to agree those terms. In those terms, we'll have planning, design, operation, maintenance, and usage
Before we give them the money.
before we move forward.
Fine.
Correct.
Okay.
That'll be the agreement.
That's not, I didn't understand that. That's what I'm trying to say. That's fine.
You didn't let me finish.
I'm
but
100%
so
for it
Let's
then.
consider this a win. This is a good win.
100% for it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Terrific.
Okay,
By the way, one last thing.
so
There's
no-
dog park on there. Todd, can we talk about that before we dismiss?
Okay, sure. In regards to this field thing, Todd and the manager, let's make sure that we start putting that through the VAB, okay? Because I don't want to have that field built and then all of a sudden, oh, but this is too far for Johnny to come, you know? So we need to have that conversation, and, you know, the people that are the users of potential fields need to understand that, you know, it's gonna be at this place, and we need to start getting them talking about the idea and making sure that they understand how critical this is, but that they'll be okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, with Mast Academy, we've broken through to, you have to get in your car sometimes and drive your kid to practice, which wasn't always the case, but now.
But let's do it again.
Have some programming ideas of what would go there anyway.
Yeah.
Preliminary.
Mr. London?
Mr. Hoppenworth?
Dog Park, where we have a bid out.
Near to me.
Yes, I know. We have a bid out on the street that comes back February 3rd for artificial turf repair and poured in place in all the tree circles that are now kind of just rocks. That's the last element. We have one more bid to get on replacing the entrance gates, the 4 entrance gates. And when we have all the pricing together, I'm working with Katie. We've got prices for everything else, replacing the water fountains, replacing all the different elements. We're going to meet, prioritize, and present to the village manager our recommendation for the refurbishment of the dog park. So,
Is that what you're looking
I'll tell my
for?
dogs.
In that, could you look at the issue of flying soccer balls and how to stop it from going in there?
well, we've spoken with that person. They have to go east and west. It's when they move that goal north and south. A pass is a pass, a shot on goal is a shot on goal. Not everybody who's not up to speed on this, when on Fridays, we have one of our athletic trainers who will soon be paying a new fee, switches and goes north and south, resulting in shots missing the goal and going into the
dog park.
Into the dog park. So we've advised them that they must maintain east and west.
Is there a netting solution that could be looked at?
You could always do netting. I wouldn't aesthetically think that would be for the Village Green for one day for one program. As long as they go east and west, we shouldn't have an issue anymore.
It shrinks by how much, east-west?
I mean, that's how they go all week. Just I guess they get a bigger group on Fridays, but they're just gonna have to work with us on this, and we're going to advise them that it's permit contingent, that they maintain playing in that direction.
Okay.
Just to let everybody know, I'm getting some calls about the field at St. Agnes, that some events they want to have there, they can't do what they want because the restrictions on their usage are so onerous. So I'm looking into that further. I'm going to talk to you about it, and I'm going to see what documents they're getting. But they're saying they can't use ketchup, they can't do different things because of the dye and this, whatever. And I know it's nothing that we ever discussed or anticipated. We did ketchup?
No, we discussed what couldn't take place there prior to building the field.
Okay, well, I'll report back when I find out more about it.
Yeah.
Because,
Gotcha.
yeah, something about the dye and the artificial turf.
We don't want to stain the
I know
field.
I know we discussed not being able to use equipment there that was going to rip up the field, but I don't remember talking
Get green
about.
ketchup.
And there's a point load issue with some of the stuff, but.
Okay.
Okay. Never a dull moment here. Anything else for the good of the order?
Nope. To adjourn?
If not, a move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.